Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は284日目です。It's day 284. Had an interesting talk yesterday. Right? Privilege of yapping about what transpired in the recent weeks. Let's see. So tomorrow is a very golden opportunity. Wait, hold up. So we'll be getting 62 tomorrow because these 62 are going to be moved to tomorrow. This is a golden opportunity to catch up on our Inktober stuff. Yesterday I kind of took a bye day on the Inktober as well. So today I'm going to try to keep focused. I have no idea where the other 120 is coming from. Let's get into it. It's strictly business day. We'll see what opportunities present ourselves here. Get into it. Okay. Hadi. Oh, wait. Type gone right away. Why did I type gone right away? Oh. What? Oh, wait. No. This is, not the... Yeah, she's so excited. This is not... Oh, yeah. Have to negotiate between... So...
怒る。
Test? To test or to try something like that. Trying to
試す
miss. Let's add something here. Just in case. Wait, is that substitute? Okay. What? That's definitely not for you. Something neat. They. No. Serve. No, that's. It's almost there. You like. I want to say it's in, but in. Or skipping. No idea. A moment.
集中する
Yuchu suru. What? No, that doesn't sound right. That we have temporary. That's not temporary. Yeah. Temporary. A leader or so we have returned, right? Shikaishi. What the shikaishi? Like a method of return. Oh,
仕返し
get even or revenge. Shikaishi doing, right? Doing. Write something for that. Is returning. Getting even by returning what was done. Double C. Honestly, I'm kind of curious what I can use for Kae. That's actually kind of fine. Whatever return is. Return is Kae. Okay. Oh. Leader heavy power. It looks like a doll for sure. Oh, I think the other thing is second. The thing I skipped was second. Doll. Work. Um.
決定する
This. Ooh. Heck. Oh, it could be
見事
Mingoto. What is Mingoto? Mingoto na key? Key desu ne. It's an adjective. No. Or is it? About seeing the maybe describe a tree. It's gotta be like beautiful, magnificent, splendid, or something like that. We'll go with magnificent. Okay. Yikes. Yikes. I gotta write something. We gotta look at this. The power, construction. Makes me want to type con, but I don't think it's con. If it's not the con, it's probably cold. Yes. Does this have anything to do with achievements? It's probably achievement, actually. Or accomplishments. Is Cole cutting it anymore? Kind of. It's kind of overlapping with Khan. Yeah, Khan and Cole are kind of overlapping. No problems with Go. Sho is like a distant third. Think about it.
Arata.
Arata. Okay.
再度
Idol. No. Yeah? No.
Zutsu.
It's okay.
憧れる
Ah. Oh, they want the preposition afterwards. Or how is it? To yearn in for to yearn to what is the yearn? It's something else. They use a different yearn after. Man. Wow. Okay. How do I lose? Gaining? No. It's not Fu. This is a loser. Oh, I don't mean like loser as in I lost it, but more like it's a loser. It really actually translates to loser. Think about that's is it? No. Yeah. It no. That doesn't sound right. It's Ma. Yeah, because of yeah.
負け犬
Your Ma is the okay. Well, that explains that. Alright, so what's a great way to help with this? Your Ma was Mom is there. You feel like a loser. Foolish for losing your dog. Okay.
Tsukai kata.
使い方。心持ち。
心持ち、
心持ち。Admitted? Or like confident? Resolute? Hold on. Hold heart. Danji. That doesn't. I don't know what that katakana is in front of Kokore Mochi. Kokoro Mochi. Maybe it's to like grab onto heart. To like grasp, hold on. Maybe like a feeling, probably. Grab hold of one's heart. Okay. Yeah, heart hold. Kokoro mochi makes sense. That's fine. Don't need necessarily the read. It's more like the go with me. Different type of feeling. Okay.
切迫、
kura? It could be kura. 比べる。
比べる。
比べる。比べる。Okay.
就業、
就業。What? Oh.
健康、
健康. Oh there, Danny. Thanks. What are you up to? Work? Are you... Wait. Do you work every weekday? You working?
授業。
授業。 What? Oh, wait. Construction business. Construct business. Studio. That'd be like a Yeah, you're at work. How's work going? What do you tell me something that you think about when you're often at work? It's good? Excellent, excellent. Give me a story from work. Like something interesting that I would not know as a person who doesn't work there. Jugyo, that's lesson. You're thinking about your project, you want to grind. Well, that's a great indicator of a passion, that's for sure. Can't wait to get back to working on your project. Very inspiring. Only construction and finger. This one is still weak. Let's throw something in here. What was the construction for this? Right. You post on your story on Insta what you're drawing at the moment? Intriguing. You're like have you recently posted something, or because what oh is it because it's like grouped? No, like from the last time I was looking at. I see the title as the most recent thing. It's still the wiping thing. After the construction. You wipe the table with your fingers. Serve cookies. The ceremony. Is that what comes to mind right away? I think that's pretty decent. Oh no, that is not it. Alone.
一人
Buddy. I've been doing pretty well. I gotta play some catch up right now, but things are slightly behind schedule. Not too bad though. Pretty content for the most part. Thanks for asking. What the is that? No. No. Huh. Is that like labor? Labor hand? What? In the Sero, what was that? Seroriga. Oh, it is a worker. Or a laborer. Seroriga. What is a laborer? Did you see El Chavo? I watched the first episode of both the animated and the live action. Los Globos episode. It reminds me quite a lot of back in the day with the settings of like the Three Stooges and whatnot. The animation's a little unhinged. It's a little it's an interesting early hybrid approach where you have like the background is a little thing to get accustomed to in the animation type. It gets better later on, I imagine. They're a long time, like they're long running series. Especially the action one. I didn't suggest that it was not, but it was it definitely reminds me of classic stuff. Yeah, the hybrid animation on the animation ones that's an interesting approach. Hybrid animation is kind of oddly very trendy right now. For the animated series. And then the other thing, live theater is pretty normal for me. Like I watched, like I already, by coincidence, I mentioned the movies, right? Like Alfred Hitchcock is a great example of theater behind the big screen. So I also mentioned the movie 13 Angry Men, or was it 12 Angry Men. Most of those early cinema is stage theater behind the scene, like behind the camera. So it's a very common thing to find in comedy back then. And you also have your gag reels or like a live action, like your live audience in front of a live audience stuff. Things like SNL is still around, Saturday Night Live, for example. But it has the era of like the Three Stooges and stuff, which does remind me a lot of the Three Stooges. I wonder what year the Three Stooges were. I still remember watching it in classic television. I Love Lucy is a great one. When I was thinking about like some American Hispanic thing, right? Like I immediately in the evening I was like, oh yeah, I used to watch Nick at Night when it was like only television as opposed to on-demand internet. So this might be a little before your time, possibly. I don't know. But there's the network Nick at Night was a thing, so I watched a lot of old programming like I Dream of Jeannie, Bewitched, the Dick Van Dyke Show, and when it came to like a little bit allusion to Hispanic, like the first like multicultural couple in American television, I think of I Love Lucy. because of Ricky, right? Ricky Ricardo. I think that's his first name. Wait, I wonder when I Love Lucy was. Yeah, Ricky. 1951. It's about the same time. 1951, and then Three Stooges. When was the Three Stooges? 1922. Yeah, even earlier than that. 3 decades earlier. Yeah, it does feel very nostalgic, despite not living in that time period. Nostalgic because in my childhood I watched old television, especially old comedy. Lots of it is slapstick comedy, which I don't watch. Like, it's not trendy now. Like, slapstick comedy and stuff is not trendy now. So however, I think slapstick comedy still really appeals to younger, like much younger people. Just goofy, very goofy things. So labor, back to labor. I think cartoons still have quite a lot of slapstick comedy. Like you know, you still have like Looney Tunes and whatnot back in the day. I feel like when you're trying to be very less deep or complex about it, it can be very visceral. It can be very emotional, right? Right now I'm also watching other shows. Currently I'm watching a long-running sci-fi show called Resident Alien, and there is some slight slapstick in it, like some goofy slapstick in it, but largely it deals with complex themes like discrimination, alienation, abandonment, parental his and her circumstances. So it's kind of a nice thing to watch, something that balances out from that. Yeah, we'll slowly go through that stuff. Oh wait, this is Kun Kun. Wait, is it Kun Kun? If that is it, it would probably be like Nigate.
苦手
Nigate, and just say worker or laborer. Huh. Or it could be the no, wait. It could be tough to, like, something dealing with hardship, or not good. Nigate. Oh yeah, this is not good, or not skilled. Nigate. A compliment to heta, or not very good at is fine too. Okay. Black. What the? I feel like it's just. Dang it! Black. Not Toku, is it? What are you lacking? What are the things you're lacking? Kaku.
書く
Kaku. Kaku. Black. I am not sure if I like sticking to lacking. Maybe I could say one of the things. My car lacks is car. Lax is maybe we use cool. Okay. Okay. All right. What the kawa?
川
Kawa. Okay. Mm,
入所
Yusho. Heck. D 是什么？What about low, right? Dang it, that's the kun. I'm very smart. Well, we work hard, yeah. Appreciate it. We try to be consistent. Consistency allows one like your grind for your passion, you know? Then spend days working on stuff. I mean, to give an idea, I guess, how long has it been since I started learning Japanese? I think I've probably spent over 5,000 hours in Japanese. This thing that I've been doing would be like about 1,000 hours soon. It's sort of like approaching 1,000 hours. So I've been working at it for some time now. Let's see. That was a kunyomi. Hikui is kunyomi. So I've been so 284 days is on WaniKani. So WaniKani it's roughly, it comes out to average of 2 to 3 hours every day. Yeah, 284 days. So 2 to 3 hours on average every day. But I did something else before WaniKani. And then in the evening we do other things that I can't share or stream because of copyright stuff. Obviously, I wouldn't mind watching El Chavo like live with other people and whatnot, but that would be a copyright issue. So we do it in the evening. I read and watch a lot of things. That's kind of what I like to do. Try to stay mentally active. So it comes with lots of work, right? I am a person that puts work first. So, and what I mean by work, I don't mean work as in the thing that everyone thinks about, like the negative stuff or the stuff they don't want to do. I had a conflict of interest with someone else that I talked to just recently. I don't expect to ever see them ever again or talk to them because we don't see eye to eye on this. I don't think work as strictly bad thing. So I'm not a person who goes to work thinking that I must hate it or I must treat it differently. So for me, most things feel like there's parts of me in it. So when I mean I do work, it really is I do work. I spend lots of time trying to make the best of my circumstances. And for now, since I don't have any obligations to like do things I don't necessarily have to do, I do this. I keep learning and keep doing new things, learn more things at the opportunity of having to do something. Yeah, I look forward to having to do something. Not I don't avoid obligations. I run towards obligations. The person that I was talking to uh believe it's the opposite, but they felt that whenever I shared my perspective, it was sidelining their perspective. So led to a impasse, as they call it. Oftentimes when I have to quote unquote deal with something, I learn to make it useful, a learning experience. So if I have to solve a problem, I learn to solve it well and use that experience to prepare myself for the future. I like getting a job, right? Or having an argument with someone else, and so on and so forth. So it goes back to what the first comment I made. It's about hard work. And that's what hard work means to me. It's a place of passion, a combination of passion and learning to make the best of things. Not waiting for privilege and luck to happen. And I really appreciate when you talk about your passion towards your project. Like, keep at it, right? I understand sometimes you don't get lucky, but you don't wait for luck to happen. You keep working on it until you can, until you are given the chance, right? So, you're always prepared, or you try to always be prepared to see all the opportunities. But while you wait, while you have to wait for that opportunity, you can keep preparing yourself so that when that opportunity presents itself, you strike it big, you take hold and never let go. This person that I was talking to, they are trying to separate that. They believe that they're going to do things that aren't important to them, so they're going to treat it like an ends, the ends to a mean or means to an end situation. And I don't have a lot of people around. I don't keep a lot of people around me like that. In my opinion, those people hang out much well with other types of people who believe that there are lesser things in the world and more important things in the world. So for me, when I meet a stranger, I don't think they're any lesser than me. So that's where we had a conflict of interest. They keep talking about how they think I'm better than them, or they're better than me, and their opinion is better than mine, or my opinion is better than theirs. So they constantly kept talking about it like it's a competition, when I kept trying to push for that we're trying to help each other out and make each other better. And that involves understanding each other. But since they keep saying that we're different people and we can never understand, they gave up before it even happened. I gave them an opportunity and they said, well, it's too complicated. You'll never understand because you're a different person. I'm like, well, that is what happens when you have two different people who fundamentally cannot see eye to eye. Keep doing your thing, but you hope doors open. Me too. And I will be happy to, once that door opens, I'll be happy to throw up some poppers and banners and stuff and watch what becomes of the thing. When that door opens, you're going to be blitzing through it. You're going to be running at 100 miles per hour. At least that's, you're just waiting. Like, which door is it? Hopefully more and more doors present in front of you. Don't forget about me when you get there. I told this to the other person that I've been talking to quite some time now, Procall. He's in the university. He's at university in the UK, like working on things, and he's trying to improve. And I'm just waiting to hear the next best thing, like the greatest thing that he creates. But I told him this yesterday. I'm not that I'm not really in the mindset of creating things anymore. Oh, you asked me this before, like what was my goal in drawing? I like to live my life very happily now. And watch other people do great things. So like I said to Procall, my favorite thing that I want to do now is one day when someone tells me that they love this show and that show happens to be flowers, I have the privilege of telling them, you know what? I actually talked to that guy once, and he's doing well. But boy, howdy, do I have some stories to tell you about his humble beginnings. That's what I hope that I can do and then like have the privilege to do in the next 10 or 20 years. Before old age takes me or something, where I get to tell people that I just happen to have crossed paths with young people who will make it big. We're staying in touch no matter what. Like, I don't know anyone in my, so to clarify, most of the people, my best friends and people are close to me, they work in non-creative roles. So they work, and what I mean by that is they work in like media and entertainment roles. So the stuff they create, you don't openly share. It's kind of a more of a very sensitive topics. So they do things where they make like they discover, they're in science. Some people are in legal work. A lot of them are in business and finance. So, but I do know a friend of a family member of a friend who's writing a book, but I'm looking forward to those parts because I can actually share those parts. Those parts are something that I feel proud to and privileged to know someone. Like my closest friend, while he works in science, one of the brothers of my closest friends, they write a magazine now. They write a magazine for the hobby that they spent most of their life working on. And it's for 40K miniature. And I talk about it all the time whenever it becomes relevant. Less of a shilling, more of a, if someone brings up like artwork, I'm like, do you sculpt? Do you mold? Do you work and put together models? Because I do have friends who write magazines and have a blog that's probably older than most people. Like, they've been working at this hobby for more than 20 years, like far more than arguably as long as my interest in game theory and industry, the game industry. So I can talk about those things. Usually I like bragging about other people's work because that's what keeps them going. You want to keep them going. That's the idea. I look forward to it. I look forward to when someone comes by and they say like, oh yeah, this show is really great. Is that, what's another show that's really great, that's kind of relevant? Like, someone comes by, it's like, oh, I really like watching, I don't know, maybe Bob's Burger or something. And I was like, you know what? I have a show for you that has a different kind of tone or take on family life. Less so of like a dysfunctional family thing, but more about the coping strategies of. So when that show comes out, right, I use shows and other people's creations as a way to create related topics to talk about. That's all you ever wanted from people? Yeah. Encouragement. There's supplies for it, but accessibility to the encouragement is kind of somewhat fickle these days, right? So you're making me want to leave work and go draw now? Okay, okay. I'm glad you were joking. Obviously, you know, at some point that's gonna be in your show, right? Right? It, like, so you gotta start collecting details about your work. You know, you gotta weave in some of uh your observations about that. That's what I mean by when you go to work, you can extract things from it. So you can either choose to hate the things you have to do because they have no value, or you can create value from them. That's where me and this other guy just didn't see eye to eye. They believe that they should spend half their life dreading or like compartmentalizing whatever they want to do, and then keep whatever their stuff is to themselves on what they secretly want to do and hope that people will understand. That's very difficult. I think that's not, like, I would never be able to understand them, right, if that's what they think about behaving. So for me, the more you talk about your show, the more you talk about your life, when your show happens, right? Let's just talk about when it happens. I will probably be able to see some of it, and that's fantastic. Usually I don't know the person of the product that they're making, so I try to think about what that tells me. Like when I was younger, I loved reading books and watching movies and stuff because I get closer to the person behind the product, right? Like, I wonder why he decided to do it this way as opposed to this person. And then you kind of, it's a way to form a more deeper parasocial relationship, much like content creation. But that's the way I think about content. I think about the person who's creating it. It gets a new lens, right? Unfortunately, a lot of times in this day and age we live in, it's more about the self-satisfaction first and foremost, which is, I get self-satisfaction too as well. But when I watch movies and read books now, how I come upon them is also through other people. Like, I think, I know this might sound a little arrogant, but 38 years of life where I spent most of those years in my own head and understanding myself, it gets a little boring after a while. And so now the whole plan of me doing things is to share all the things I understand about myself, right? But because of that, when I share, I get to also learn. Wow, that bot spam. Hold. Oh, they're double bot spamming now. Okay. All right. So, when you share, then other people share, and then that's where I watch most of my shows. Like, I tell myself that I'm isolating myself too much if I run out of inspiration to do things. So El Chavo is because you suggested it, and that's kind of how it works. So sometimes I pick something of my personal interest, but most of the time I try to gather personal inspirations elsewhere. So like I watched Blade Runner 2049 because of the person I was talking to, right? And the funny thing is, you don't know where the inspiration is going to come from. Oh. Ooh, an ad. How are you getting an ad? I don't understand about the ad. Alright. Anyways. What is... this is low. Pretty sure it's low. Oh. Back? Yeah, I don't know what the ad thing is dealing with it. That's interesting. the ad thing. I'm not sure if it's a California thing. Because it on Twitch you should only see pre-rolls. I don't have any like ad things on. That's kind of weird. It's not the first time either. There are no any ad rolls. They're just a pre-roll. Yeah. I've heard this happen before in people from different countries as well. So Amazon, Amazon, the proprietary owner must have some sort of alternative agreement. What was the ad about, actually? Can I ask, what ad did you see? I know ads not for everyone, but when I see an ad, I think about the ad like in a different way. But I'm kind of curious what the ad is. Honestly, you didn't look? Oh, okay. That's perfectly fine. Like, if I had to watch an ad, I would talk about it. I basically form an entire essay around the ad. What is the most recent ad that I watched? Most of the ads are targeted, right? So I think the most recent ad that I watched was an advertisement for, it was an AI advertisement. It was electronic, the new iPhone advertisement, because I watch a lot of tech stuff. So, not too much to write about other than the new iPhone, right? It was like A5 everything. I was talking about A5, or not A5, M5, the M5 Silken. Last one you remember was art school stuff. Sounds about right. You weren't into art school or anything like that, right? None of that formal stuff, right? I'm kidding, obviously. What is low? Okay. If you had the money, you would. That's understandable. Yeah. Yep. Very understandable. I'm not even... I don't have anyone who's gone through art school, so I don't have any personal connections to understanding what actually occurs in art school. The one person, content creator, that I know talk about art school was Sam Draws Art. It's not a coincidence that I name a content creator that has the same mentality about their doing stuff and demonstrating stuff, and then encouraging everyone to work on the things they want to do. And this person, Sam does art, or Sam draws art, is very similar. And now we can get the resources that we need so we can still do it. Yes, exactly. This would be another language learning. It's more impressive anyways. Possibly. Yeah, agreed. This is a great example. You can learn a language because you have the resources. I did not learn Mandarin. I did not learn to learn, I wasn't... A lot of kiddos these days, say like, oh yeah, you can just do this and this and become fluent in a year. And I'm like, I'm not sure about that, but at least you can try and do it now, right? Back in my day, Spanish, it is Spanish, and I really enjoyed Spanish. However, that also meant that I could not learn Japanese or Mandarin, right? Because it was not offered. It's one of those things, first it has to be offered, then you also have to be able to afford it, right? And those go hand in hand. Now, the whole impressive thing, let's play a little social like experiment. When things become more commonplace, they also become less impressive. So kind of, it's like a give and take, right? Like, for example, it's not so impressive anymore to learn Japanese or Mandarin because lots of people can do it. So, you know what that means? You just got to be even more impressive, right? Elevate your game, you know, encourage each other to elevate their game. What I mean is, um, when things become very accessible, there's also heavier competition, and that really tests one's passion, right? How vigorous they are. I obviously am not doing this to impress anyone. In fact, the way I'm going about learning Japanese and Chinese is very less impressive than those little go-getters. And you know what? Good. Excellent. Because that just tells me that there are young people who are far more ambitious and going at it harder than I am, which is good. Because I want young, ambitious people to push the limits, right? That's great. The good news is I don't need to compete with them with that. So it's pretty nice. For you, aim for that impressiveness, right? If it keeps you motivated, keeps you going, you gotta prioritize, right? I am more of a cheerleader than I am the quarterback. Wait, I just used a football reference. I don't know if you like American football. I don't watch American football. Like except for like the Super Bowl or something, but I used an American idiom because I grew up around people who like football, American football. How about I'm less of the player, more so the coach. I prefer to be the coach than the player. It's one of those things, when you get older, it's very comforting to see the players shine. I prefer not to be the player. Sometimes I'm impressed how I'm humbled by the labor that players take. More of a viewer and not the creator. Yes, I'm the consumer and the person who provides the feedback, not the person who person who's seeking the feedback. That's not to say that I'm 0 and 1. It's I spend more time looking and critiquing than creating myself. Yeah, it's lovely to see those who do creation. They are more equipped and encounter certain things that I do not experience firsthand. Now, it's been a while. It's been a while since I stepped into something where this person, like this other thing is knows all the things I can't possibly comprehend. Right? It's been a while since I've put myself in that type of position. But creators do inspire the consumer if the consumer allows them to. I think the days of the internet algorithm, sometimes that's not the case. It's often the viewer dictating what the creator makes, right? Because they kind of affect the creators. You'll inspire me one day. You already did. Because I wouldn't be watching El Chavo if it wasn't for you, right? I actually started watching Gravity Falls as well. I forgot that I only watched like one season of Gravity Falls. Our first conversation about your project, Flowers, reminded me that Gravity Falls, I did not watch all of it. I did watch a show similar to it. It was called Hilda? Wait. It's kind of like Gravity Falls. Let me see if it's called Hilda. Yes. Yeah. Hilda is a really fantastic show too. It was on Netflix. It heavily parallels Gravity Falls. Its animation is a bit softer. Softer animation. Like less weightier lines, but it was I wonder if the show is still going. I'm not sure how many seasons I've watched of Hilda. Hilda was suggested by someone else. By that person that said I was uncultured yesterday. Petitious suggested Hilda. Crazy how the Powerpuff Girls were created while the creator was like 24. Yes, Powerpuff Girls is a great example too. Yeah, I watch Powerpuff Girls. There are others like Hey Arnold, Doug. Doug is probably one of the earliest that I'm thinking when I think about your flowers impression that you gave me, your show's impression. I think of Doug. Doug maybe. Hey Arnold probably. I think Hey Arnold is pretty good. Recess. Recess, and I'm thinking about my like childhood Nickelodeon's cartoon situation. Rugrats is too far in the other end, probably, sort of. And then we also have like slightly off-kiltered stuff like Ed and Eddie, Dexter's Laboratory, Invader Zim. There's quite a lot of them that go like in the other direction, far more towards your slapstick and your exoteric imaginative stuff like Fairly Odd Parents. But Doug is grounded. Doug is probably the closer early stuff that I can think of. Is there another one? There are slightly more mature versions of that too, like what's her name? Donna? No, it's not Donna. Oh man, it was like an adult. It's kind of an adult, more adult version, like the moody goth kid one. You showed your work to Ryan Falsey and he liked it? He's a friend of your brother's? Oh, interesting. Really? Oh, so you've come from intriguing. So you have some connections with editors and actors. Interesting. Like, you know, that's neat. Oh yeah, I forgot about Alvin and the Chickmunks. There's quite a lot of avenues. But you got his number? Ooh, that's good. That's awesome. Do I have anyone's number in entertainment? No. Yeah. I would say if I had to... He actually told you he wants to send you a new tablet from Wonder Brothers. Aww. Warner Brothers? Or Wonder Brothers? What is Wonder Brothers? Wait. I don't know the Wonder Brothers thing. But new tablet, that sounds amazing. It sounds like you're just really close now. Oh, that's not it. Shiken? Oh, probably 入学試験.
入学試験
入学試験? You were happy, not gonna lie. Yeah. That sounds amazing. It's so different being like having a number from a public figure. I don't necessarily have like public figures per se. I talk about this a little bit lately. Been a little bit more open about this because other people, the people I encounter nowadays are public figures. They are individuals who are like content creators or creators in general. Most of my life I've interacted with individuals who aren't creators per se. They are investigators. They are people who solve problems, but most of them are problem solvers. But lately I asked myself if there's anyone that I would get awestruck by, right? Like I don't think I've ever lived a life where I resonated with someone who isn't grounded, who's larger than life. I do not surround them. So I told myself that if I ever came across like a random message from like John Green or Hank Green, that's when I will feel awestruck. I said this before, but I've never been younger in my life. I was like a 60-year-old in a teenager body for the longest time. So most of the time it's about making money, doing your job, right? Trying to not draw attention, right? The idea is to be successful in your humility. And your most of the crafts and stuff are surrounded by humble people. So most of the time you wouldn't know what I do. If I describe the things that I do most of my life, you wouldn't see those things. But nowadays it's very different. You talk to people and it's all about recognition and public image and whatnot. And I talk about them now from a different angle. You know, a couple people that are in the industry. Nice. Your friend Jennifer, and she was inspired to name your character Jennifer. Oh, you went to school with Rob Paulson. Wow, you're just name dropping now. This is one of those moments that I can't wait to be one of those people that say, oh, you know what? I know Danny Gonzalez. That'd be very cute. I hope to. I mean, I'm pretty confident that I'll live long enough to see it. Yeah, I haven't, like, honestly, the closest thing is I like to do humble work, so a lot of times I've come in contact now with 7 indie developers, and they're all like solo projects. Nearly almost all of them are solo projects. So I hope they make it big and do wonders, and I get to play more of the stuff they create. You hope you live long enough to make it? Right on. Yeah, my time is ticking. This is entrance. All right, we're gonna try to keep on task. I didn't make enough time to do my Inktober prompt yesterday, so we're kind of like 2 prompts behind. Keep on schedule for all to 31 prompts before the end of October. So let's keep on rolling. Heck, I just went over this yesterday. Correction. Hey, that's invite, right? Or visit. That's a visit. You need to. No worries. I've reserved some time. It's the priority. but we'll try to balance it. You know, we'll try to balance it. I shouldn't be distracting you from your work, because technically you're working too. So, I right now in my mental image, I feel like there's going to be a scene that you replicate from your place of work in your show, right? In your artwork, there's gonna be a place that's gonna look like that place. And my first thought when like your character Flowers maybe get a job or something, or like work a part-time thing, I'm like, I wonder if that is for the mom. Maybe. Oh, okay, so she's a lot younger. Flowers is a lot younger, so for the mom, oh, that's interesting. Yeah, whenever there's gonna be a workplace, I'm gonna be thinking, I wonder if this is something related to Danny's work environment. Jennifer is 15. Okay, I see. This is set in the United States. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Have you put out a synopsis of your show, or like your current thing, like a background or a world, or like a teaser or something, or are you working on that? Jennifer sound like, I didn't want to presume, but I imagine Flowers and Jennifer American, maybe even multicultural American. Visit. What was your question? You were helping a customer. Yeah, we're speaking of distracting you from work. American? Is Jennifer Flowers American? Maybe multicultural American? Like, I don't know that it. I guess I'm assuming the show takes the family takes place in the United States. Okay. Because given your background, I'm not entirely sure. It could be elsewhere, or it could be multiple places, right? Because you mentioned it had something to do with moving and relocating. I did see your little storyboard, one of your storyboards on your Instagram, about making friends. You know what that reminds me of? Diary of a Wimpy Kid. That scene about like she's like, why is it so hard to make friends? And then a kid comes by, is like, I'll be your friend if you pay me. That was more like a warm up. Yeah, it reminds me of Diary of a Wimpy Kid, like one of the setups. Old designs of flowers. I see. I was more talking about like the storyboard idea. Yeah. The idea of different fun kids say the darndest things about friendship, like creating friendship and relationships. That's actually my my focus. The idea of establishing relationships, like communication skills. And yeah, I don't think that has changed. I think that really much captures budding youth when it comes to friendships. You like the way you did it? You know, make flower storyboards like that. I enjoy storyboards. That's as far as I get for most things. So I am very used to being part of like reading concepts. I like concept stuff, like commentaries, behind the scene BTS stuff. I think the whole BTS thing is very trendy. Like, and so you could consider it as a win-win situation. If you find very comfortable teasing and sharing storyboard things, I think when it comes to content creation, like showing visual presence and optics for a upcoming creator, BTS is very great. And one of the BTS, like behind the scenes for a like an animator or a creator or a writer, is the storyboard situation. Honestly, you'll have the whole thing out there. Yeah. So that's to show how you make it exactly. I think BTS stuff, like how you make it, like behind the scenes stuff, is something that gives an even closer connection, and that to me is that's my MO. So if there's anything that you can resonate like with me, is showing how things are done, like how the things, like for example, I'm not live streaming for the sake of highlight reels. I mean, there might be highlight reels in there somewhere. Maybe someone will catch me saying something weird or something like that. But the reason why I'm live streaming this is I want to show you in real time how it happened, what happened. I don't want to give you a truncated version of saying it's still somewhat truncated because there are legal matters, right? I can't stream certain things because you can't do that, but I can most certainly do what I can to show that this is what it's like to study a language using this product, or at least how I would go about it. I'm not sure how people go about WaniKani, like the stuff I'm using now, but I would most definitely show you how I would go about it. And it's there. You don't have to care about it, but the idea is it's there. You want to bring more people. You want to bring more people that way? Yes, because here's the thing, right? It can be harder. It does take longer time and more investment. But the thing is, the people who do choose to go the whole 9 yards, they have a lower chance of dropping. So you build loyalty. This is the contrast between two type of, in my opinion, a great contrast between two very trendy right now or competitive form of a consumer, like a community building. One who plays the long game and one who plays the short term. And oftentimes you go through phases. Do you want to start with the loyalty angle, which is the one where you must commit a large investment and then have that thing built over time, and then you can do like short-term projects, or you go into short-term projects and then hope to retain some of those short-term projects to create a long-term following. And these are they're both viable. They're both approaches. So the question is, which one will you take? You also want genuine people that actually support your cartoon by not following back. That's fair. Only real people stay followed. Yes, but that's true for both situations. The idea is, which approach will you be taking? And there is an uptrend, in my opinion, behaviorally, for individuals who play the long game. So when you initially start with playing the long game, you expect shorter, steady growth in the beginning. However, a project, like someone who becomes managerial and like become like a larger audience and stuff, there are going to be periods in which you think of the long term and the short term. Because when you think about all or nones, only real people stay followed. That's not true. Real people do unfollow as well because their circumstances can change. But more often, people who follow with a large investment stays with the person, right? And then a smaller percentage stays followed when someone is presenting themselves in the short term. So the idea is, which one do you like more, or to start off with? For example, Amazon, Bezos, he started with the long term. I watched the documentary, if it's true, like the stuff in the documentary and stuff. The interview is he nearly like bankrupt everything in order to set up like a 5 year down the line. So that's how Amazon started, right? Like at least that's what's being told. The story is that everything went to the long game versus the short game, which then you have to work around how to retain them after the fact. And that's kind of like an indie game that went viral, and then they decided, nah, I'm just going to move on and do the next thing. Right? So like there are indie developers that succeeded with that, and then they did a long-term thing. To me, one of them is Supergiant Games. So they went with their creative aspect forward. So it's like, okay, guys, we're gonna make this game. That's it. Let's go to the next game. You know, like that's our thing. So if you follow along, those who retain still are your real followers, the committed followers. But their rise in the short term was very gradual, right? And then Hades happened. And Hades 2 was launched last month at 1.0 launch. And now it's explosive because we have now a short term and a long term coming together, right? In the short term, they made a like a popular success. So in that way, they can build a sequel on top of it, right? That's pretty interesting. So I am playing the long-term game, obviously. Maybe one day we'll revisit this topic in another 5 years or so and see where the long game. I'm team long game. I mean, very, very long game. It takes a long time to build steadily, one person at a time and a couple person at a time. But those people are people that will stay. That's the long game that I play. So I'm not looking for individuals who think that talking every once in a while for like 3 hours saying hi to each other is sufficient to get to know each other. I want to be involved in getting people excited about their lives. Like, give me an update, dude. Like, if something exciting happens to you yesterday, I want to hear about it because it's worth sharing, word of mouth, right? That's the long game things. If a success of a creator is entirely by word of mouth, that captures the aspect of the long-term game, right? The person who's in it for the long haul. You use word of mouth. So your investment in people is eventually going to catch up and exponentially grow from there. But it's short, patient beginnings and then long-term stability on the long run. I think the internet hustle culture right now is still winning out. So what I mean is, if we had to make it a competition, I still think it's like 70% internet hustle culture and 30% loyalty. So loyalty versus hustle, right? A product itself, objective product itself versus the subjective dominance of the creator. So creator first versus product first, right? And because of algorithms and AIs and like hustle culture in general and objectivity online, right? Numbers and stuff, objectivity is still very dominant. So you can choose to kind of decide where you want to start. Typically right now, the trendiest thing is to start with something. If you have 5-year experience, you start with the short term and offer based on your product. So your first debut would be to advertise how your product is objectively slightly better or noticeably better than the existing product. So how your show is different from other shows. That would be highlighting your product as opposed to the person, right? And then around 30 to 40%, we're talking about the success. We're talking about successful projects, right? For every 10 people, there will be 3 people, maybe, or 4-ish people who are successful entity that plays the loyalty game versus the product game. So the focus is like when you see a trailer, right? Do you see the person describing what their vision is behind what the story they're trying to tell? Or are they describing how the show is fantastic compared to other shows? Those are the different, to me, those are one of the like the first flags for each type of approach, right? For me, I'm not going to tell you how the results, like, oh, I accomplished the JLPT N1 in 1 year. That's results. Those are performances. That's the product of your credentials. I want to tell you, hey, guess what? This is how I did it. Come with me. I want to show you all the ups and downs of how I did it, to show you that this is one way you can be successful in learning Japanese. I'm not going to tell you numbers because those numbers are irrelevant to your satisfaction on how to learn the language. We are talking about people now, not the results. And the internet still is really, really powerful on results. So like, for example, as a content creator, right, like live streamer, you look and someone says, that person has 1,000 subscribers. Go watch them. Whatever they're doing is important and better. 1,000 subscribers. What does that mean? And to me, I don't see that. I rarely ever emphasize that. So that's the two different things, right? The two different angles. I like this person because I resonate with this person. What they're sharing is something that is from them. It doesn't matter what their product is, because if I resonate with them, their product will be a joy and extension of them. So I follow developers. I follow publishers. I learned how business models are handled by the person, not necessarily grounded by their products. Because one day, like Danny, I'm not sure if you're thinking that far ahead, when you come up with a different show or you do a different thing, the confidence in following you is that I know the person, not I've trusted the person, the creator, not the product. People can have stinkers. There are hit and misses. The idea is you're getting closer and closer to the person, or the people involved. So you trust the people, and that's me. I'm biased towards that. It's not to say that I don't do the other thing, because there are things that I buy that I technically don't have an emotional attachment to. Like, for example, my microwave. If I want to buy a microwave, I don't think there are many people in the industry that talks about how they came about their microwave design. So there are obviously both things exist. In terms of creator stuff, I rarely look at it from the perspective of, is their product defining them, or they are defining their product. And that's the great part about creative work. I want to know the person through their product, and ask more, right? Like, I look forward to the next thing they make and the next thing they make. So oftentimes I talk about names a lot of times, or organizations. At least in video games, I try to keep I can't remember all the people that are in the organizations, but I at least recognize that it is an extension of the organization, the people who are making this stuff, and understanding the choices, or try to understand the choices they make, as opposed to talking about how the game, like, just the product. Like, sometimes, like, for example, here's a great example of someone who thinks the product defines a person. They would say, oh yeah, man, this artwork it looks like garbage. This artist must suck at art and don't like work at their product at all, because I was like, and my first thought is, what if they chose to intentionally represent it that way? Like, how do you know? Like, what makes you think that the product itself can tell you enough about the work this artist put into it? Wouldn't you be curious why they chose to represent the art this way? That's kind of like one of the big things about art. That's not to say I'm trying to convince other people to like art when maybe it is that way, but wouldn't you be curious if what the story is behind it, instead of writing it off, right? So, but I have friends who can't possibly love a American cartoon because of the way it looks. You know, I have friends who can't watch animation with a serious tone because it's not live action. Those exist. I'm not saying those people are bad or good or should feel guilty about it. I'm not one of them. But we can still be friends. We are really good friends despite our preferences. For me, that's why I like watching King of the Hill and family cartoons and stuff. I'm curious what their intent is. I like playing video games because I'm not simply just for being self-served. Like I'm not, that's not the most interesting thing to me. I think number one is figuring out how they did it, why they did it. And then number three would be like, oh, okay, I'm entertained or I'm enjoying, but it's like both. If I can get interested in the person who's making it, I already am interested in the show or the book or something. When in film class, right? I had film class in high school. In film class and in English class, literature class, that's what you talk about. You talk about creators' intent and understanding of their signature, like what is their behavior. Here's a great example of the difference between someone who evaluates based on product versus the creator. You see me, right? I'll use myself as an example. So the viewer, how can I determine if the viewer is product centric or creator centric? And then this kind of determines the way I talk to them, like the stuff that I talk to them. When it's product centric, you could say, oh, this is another person who's learning Japanese. Lots of people do that. And there are better people who do it. Might as well just go watch someone else who's better, like a polyglot. That's a viewer thinking about the service, the product that defines the person. When a viewer looks at the creator, it's like, why? Why is he using WaniKani? I thought WaniKani was not good. Isn't SRS overrated? Maybe I should ask him. Does he have a story? Now here's this. The creator can also be presented as a product and a creator forward. And this was what we talked about, which is loyalty or sentiments. So subjective versus objective, which is performance based. So when someone asks me, like, so the viewer, if they decide if I find a viewer that's interested in the creator, they would end up asking me these questions, like, so why did you choose WaniKani? Why SRS? May I ask why you chose to, or how you chose to study this? So then I can choose as a creator to respond in two different ways. Oftentimes, these are two predominant ways, or balance between them. I usually do like a mix, like a 70% subjective and 30% objective. So what would it sound like if I was responding? Objective, I would tell the person how much time I spent, what my proficiency is, how many kanji characters I learn per unit day, and tell them how many exams that I've completed within a specific time, and then compare it to a different product, Anki. Anki would be the product, or let's say Duolingo, right? Compared to a different product, and that's how I demonstrate why the product I'm using is superior, or the method I'm using is superior to that thing. That person learns nothing about me, right? Because the creator is focused on objectivity. The creator has responded by comparing products. This is the internet hustle culture that I'm talking about. The internet hyper objectivity. That's how people evaluate things right now, most of the time. Not all the time, but most of the time. I would say over 70% of the time, when you look at a product, the first thing you think about is that video game. That's a Souls-like game. I already know what it is. There's plenty of Souls-like games. I think this Souls-like game is better than that Souls-like game, so I don't need to play this. That is a comparison of product, not the creator behind the product. So you don't think of how is this Souls-like game different? Like different than that Souls-like game. Like for example, if you said, "Oh, I Flowers is a family cartoon, and that family cartoon is much better. It goes into more depth than a show, like an old show like Doug. It's about the times. It's much more relevant to the cultural aspect that we live in today." You are specifically talking about how your product compares to another product. But as a creator, you could say it differently. So I use 70% most of this. I will tell the person what my background is. I am a Chinese American. My parents came from Fujian, China. I spent most of my life in a multilingual aspect. And yes, objectively, translational methods like SRS can produce conflict on a reliance on another language, but I grew up in this environment. I grew up in an environment with two different languages. And when I was in high school and middle school, I learned by vocabulary. I didn't use flashcards, so I was curious what flashcards are like. So I thought WaniKani would be great because flashcards is something that I didn't get a chance to use. I used advanced mnemonics and stacking and mind palace techniques before I used flashcards. However, this is how I learned. Despite that, I learned through vocabulary, disjointed connections, and I tried to make the connections myself in order to fortify my understanding of language. This is why I chose WaniKani, and I wanted to show it to you on how someone who has my background can do this. You can probably find other people like me that do this. Please go and support them as well if you like the way I'm doing things. The idea is you are supporting people like me, not products like me. So that's kind of the idea. It's a separation between what is subjective. So I've tried to create and emphasize the importance of my motivations and the story behind why I go about doing this versus a product. Because the next time I use Duolingo again, or the next time I use another product and if people hate the product, it's this all over again. They will say, "Dude, oh, you stopped using WaniKani? I only use WaniKani. So like, if you're using a product that I don't use, I'm out of here," right? Because it's not relevant to them anymore. And that's perfectly fine because they have other important things, just not this thing. So you're selecting for people who know you. So if you stop using WaniKani, maybe they will consider the next thing you're doing because they know your story, you as a creator. So in a way, if they know you well enough, they will probably agree with whatever you're doing next, because you're kind of similar in that way. If you're cultivating people like you, then the actions you make are the trust and loyalty you have, as opposed to objectivity. And that's good, you know? That's good. 67. That must be some sort of new meme hooks. I don't know why you're saying 67. You're slowly getting support by making friends on Twitch. Yeah, exactly. And hear me out, Danny. It also makes losing those friends more painful, right? So we have to also be able to understand that from time to time, it's, you know, it doesn't guarantee it, but it's always worth the gamble. When it comes to the long-term people, like people who look for loyalty, losing friends is rough because you also invest a lot in them. However, it's part of the process. In the short term, like the product objective side, people numb themselves to it. So that's how you negotiate. You compartmentalize. If you're in the objective side of things, you compartmentalize. It's business, strictly business, right? You lose 1,000 people one day, that's fine. You gain 3,000 next time, that's plus 2,000. If you lose 5,000 and then you only gain 3,000, that's negative 2,000. Do something about it, right? That's kind of what and hear me out. I'm biased, right? I think it is someone who favors subjectivity, and the creator, in my opinion, will truly admit this most of the time, at least to themselves. And I admit, I rarely ever say I have like an unbiased opinion or like a purely objective opinion on this thing, because when I'm talking about people's creations, I don't choose to pick people who don't understand that people are more important than the objective nature of things. So inherently, the most accurate thing I can say is I have a biased opinion towards people who put people first, not the product first. And if you don't have time to put the person first, it's very respectful and humble for the people around me to say that. Like, I can tell you things that I don't put a lot of sentimental value on. My mouse, my keyboard, my water bottle. I don't have brand loyalties, right? Like, I'm not gonna advertise Hydro Flask, for example, which is what this is. There are things that do not have sentimentalism, right? However, if you're someone who favors that, you'll mention it in your decision making. Others won't. What they'll do is they'll secondhand everything, right? They're like, oh yeah, that's okay. They make a bunch of $1 million anyways. It's even if I boycott their game, it's not gonna hurt their feelings. They're already making tens of millions of dollars, right? That's someone who don't care about it, and then they probably like things in which maybe they don't mutually care about each other anyways. So you have plenty of products that exist like that from a creator perspective, right? You can churn out slop and people will consume it. And it's easy to dump because there's less damage. And then it's easy to make because there's less damage. So easy come, easy go. Hard to come by, hard to go. At least that's one of the consistent human conditions. So it hurts more when you invest more, but that also means you hold on more. If you're asking yourself, oh yeah, you just drop all your video games, like, oh, you're playing like 30 different types of video games and you can't seem to finish each game, that's part of the behavioral manner of the internet hustle culture. That's objectives. You play the thing that is most like rigorously relevant. versus you stick with the things that you are most loyal to. And it's a combination of two, of course. Like a creator can choose one. Like for me, live service games. I have 2 or 3 live service games that I am loyal to, despite them declining and everyone saying it's garbage and stuff. I stick to them because I think I want to see the end of their journey. And then you have the more trendy stuff that I talk about a lot of times, right? I watch trendy shows. I watch the MCU, right? All the live action remakes of the Disney movies. Trendiness is part of the balance. But I'm far more old hat. I'm a bit of a older boomer person now than I am a Gen Z like aficionado. But it's pretty cool to see that there's a mixture of it. People who are more invested in their sentimentalism versus their objectivity. I don't know which one's more healthier because it's not a competition between them. It's a balance between them. So when someone says like, oh yeah, I'm never good enough, my artwork is never good enough, and people will never understand me, that's a little too much objectivity, in my opinion. Like what I mean is, they're objectively comparing products. They haven't once said, how do they feel about their art? So oftentimes humans can balance themselves out. Which conversation do I have more often? Someone who constantly compares themselves based on products and performance, and then showing the negative signs of that, an imbalance of that, or someone who is far too empathetic and cares about everything, and that becomes a crutch, right? There's too much of both sides. Right now, the reason why I say it's about 70-30 is because I would say out of 10 people, 7 of them show a far more extreme preference for comparing performances, and then it becomes a point of imbalance and negativity, versus someone who cares so much about getting their message out, that they care so much about their own work that it becomes a inability to relate to anyone, right? So it's a mix of the two, but definitely the one side is definitely winning out, where someone would say, I'm going to start, I thought I wanted to start making music, but then I realized all these talented people exist. So therefore, there's no reason I should do anything because I will never be different from these people. There's nothing I could possibly do that can contribute to music because it's already been done. That is product-oriented, objective-oriented reasoning. And that is healthy, provided you also have the capacity to understand that you also have a story to tell. Like, what makes you different? So similarities, comparison by similarities, comparison by differences. Not one and the other. Like, one or the other. And that's where I met conflicts with the person 3 days ago. That person believes that everyone's different. So this person should always be treated different, and he will always treat, or that person will always treat other people differently. And my argument or my suggestion was maybe one of the stopgaps or roadblocks that you may encounter in the future, not to say it's most definite, they could be very, very lucky. One of the things you're going to encounter in the future is you have to work with someone and you refuse to work with them. You prefer to use them like a product and a service. And when you enter a business contract with that type of thing, especially when you're trying to be an artist, that can create an imbalance. But what came to light was that person says your default, you can't understand because you're different. And I'm like, okay, well, if you keep thinking that, then good luck trying to express that to other people in the future. Like, if you don't like hearing what people think of your art, or they say they care about what people think about their art, but it also bleeds into their behavior. If you don't care about what people think about you as a person, how could they possibly even be interested in the art that you want to express through your creative work? It's very different. I even suggested something like, if you're into product production, that can help. It can line up with your strengths. Like, hey, our water hydrates millions of people and it's fortified with extra minerals that objectively increases the health of someone. That's great. There's no person behind it. Like, you're completely detached, which is good because it's also protective. If you have a product that sucks, it doesn't blow back on you, right? So like, oh, okay, this product sucks, we'll just improve the product, right? There's a nebulous organization behind it. So there's no single person that is taking it. So as a creator, you can choose how you go about it. The gamble is real, right? High stakes equal the need to high stakes is high pressure, and high pressure means high value, but it also means it's very damaging and risky, right? It's a Red Bull commercial. Oh, so you got a Red Bull commercial. Do you drink caffeinated beverages at all, Danny? Red Bull is very Twitch. Yeah, Red Bull is definitely very Twitch. Obviously, I don't get to choose my things. I typically drink water, and then from time to time I drink, or on a daily basis, I drink protein shakes and stuff. So protein shakes and water most of the time. Interesting. So they gave you an ad for, it's probably Twitch backend ad. What I'm trying, the reason why I'm asking you this question is because I'm trying to determine if the ad is being rolled that are targeted ads or Twitch ads. In a Red Bull commercial, for someone who doesn't drink or have a history of caffeinated use, might be a Twitch ad, might more likely to be a Twitch related ad than something like, obviously something tracked based on your activity on Twitch or something like that, right? Like, for example, what would be an ad that I would target, right? Like, if it was dependent on me, it would probably be a Duolingo commercial, right? That you would get a Duolingo commercial. Like, what is the most obvious thing that is very popular, makes millions of dollars, it's a publicly traded company, and it's a sponsor of Twitch right now? It would be a Duolingo ad. So it's obviously not me. I'm not the target source of the ad. So that's what I'm curious about. Because when you start releasing products, right? Like when you have a show, it would be interesting to know what kind of ads play during your show, right? Because online, a lot of things, like when people watch you on a streaming service, what type of ad plays during your show when it gets aired on a streaming platform? That's what I'm often interested in on the sideline, because I ask people what type of ads they make, and I'm gonna admit something to you, Danny. I'm trying to also get you interested in paying attention to the ads, because if you have to sit there and do, like, if you're doing something during the ad, that's fine. That means you're doing something active, right? But if you're sitting there being angry at the ad, I'm secretly trying to make it so that there's value in paying attention to the ad, right? My thought when someone asks me like, oh, what do you think about ads? Don't you think they're annoying? And I'm like, well, if I have to sit through them, I'm gonna try to at least learn something about them, like how they work, why this ad is targeted towards me, like think about stuff. Because if I have to sit through something, you don't waste time. Like, don't waste time being negative and being non-productive about it, right? You can flip a table, you can learn how to get better ad block, do something functional with it. So oftentimes when someone says, oh yeah, hold on, I have to sit through an ad, I hope you're not sitting through an ad. Like what I mean is, but if you are, I want to know what type of ad that is, because then there's a reason to pay attention. Like what was in the ad. So since you watched the Red Bull ad, I'll probably ask you what was in the ad. They probably have animation because they have like the wing things, right? Did they still have the classic animation with like Red Bull gives you wings and then there's like wings on it? Oh, it was an animated ad. Oh, okay. So it was an animated ad. Neat. Red Bull has interesting animated commercials. See, that's one thing you could do. I mean, obviously, we're gonna say this jokingly, but you could always sell out and have flowers to drink like her preferred water product. I'm kidding, but just think about the possibilities. Like, how do you encourage people to drink water? Wouldn't that be kind of neat? It would be a really interesting campaign. Like, have flowers participate in a drink more water campaign and have an animation or an ad for water. That's what you do. And then if you watch commercials enough, you might be inspired to do so. These are old ideas. My old idea was I wanted to do a touch grass commercial, and it would be like a really like simplified animation, like a 30-second animation on how to make touching grass entertaining, right? And that's a way to make looking at things functional, instead of complaining and stuff. Obviously, I'm not saying you're doing that, but my thought is when someone says an ad, they would say something immediately negative after it, and I would ask them, did you sit through it? Like, if you sat through it, describe it to me. Let's talk about it. Then that ad no longer becomes, it's just an ad. It becomes, hey, you remember that discussion we had? Those are some good ideas. Maybe we can do something about it. That type of thing, right? And then in the future, when you look at an ad, your first, at least my impression that I'm trying to impart is, you'll look at the ad differently now. You'll be like, I bet MAKU would be interested in what I thought about this ad. Now, what part of this ad do I think would be an interesting idea? And then we would have something to talk about, right? I do this for people's lives too. Like, at least that's my secret agenda. When I ask you about what you're doing in the moment, you start appreciating, start looking and observing the details in your life. Life gets boring. I concede. People will think life gets boring, especially when you stop being interested in the details in it. That comes with ads. If ads show up really regularly, they become boring, right? When you study too long, when you grind too long of things, it can become, the passion can start to seep out. But if you're able to give it like a 10 to 20% push towards cleverly engaging yourself in the process, that passion doesn't, burn out, right? You don't quote unquote burn out in the hustle manner. That's another story for another time. There are different types of burnouts, and I experience a type of burnout, but I tend to have to explain that my burnout is a little different. There is the burnout where you go too hard in your passion versus the burnout in which you sap all of your passion away due to repetition. So there are two very leading forms of burnout, and in terms of the creative space, and mine was in the latter. Like, when I tell people I burned out, the symptoms are very similar. It causes the same chain, it causes very similar chain of reactions. It stops you from doing the thing and all that, but the burnouts are of two different natures. I really loved my job and my career. I loved it so much that everything else gave for it. So that type of burnout, which you can probably hear from successful creators who needed to walk away. And then there are burnouts where creators got angrier and angrier, less and less enthusiastic, and then everything collapsed because they have no motivation to do anything anymore. That is the different type of burnout where things didn't change. They continue to do the same thing and become less and less appreciative of the details that happen from the day to day. And that is the type of burnout that I feel you can control, or you can mitigate a lot more by getting someone to be interested in the daily happenings of their day, like only a little bit, enough to keep it fresh, right? Your friend Max does storyboarding for ads, so who knows, it could be something he made. Oh, that's cool. That if I don't have anyone in advertisement, but I would totally ask if I had a friend. So whenever I watch something that isn't my own interest, if I know someone who is related to that, that would be my reason to pay attention. So like watching El Chavo, I specifically watch El Chavo for specific details, especially the animation details, because I already know you're gonna be an animator, right? Or you are an animator and a writer and stuff. So now I specifically also watch for that reason. Is exactly what you described. If you need motivation, it doesn't necessarily have to come from self. It can also come from everyone you've invested in. And if you have a lot of eclectic people, naturally you'll have ways to want to be interested, right? Like, okay, this show is not for me, but you know what? I know someone who really liked these shows. I want to know why they might like these shows, and it becomes a really interesting game. You're looking for why they think is interesting, and in that process you might actually end up appreciating it. Now I got you on your side. That's it, right? Okay, hear me out. I've distracted you from your work, and of course it's mutual, right? Now we've invested. This will be the day, like, we've invested our energy today. So now you can go back to your work. Actually, when do you get off work? I imagine your work is going to be complete soon, right? Oh wait, 3 hours from now. It's 5:36. Do you work at 9 to 5, Danny? 9 p.m. Okay, it's almost time. Okay. Oh, okay, so you do maybe like 12 to 9, 1 to 9. Okay, 1 to 9. So you're almost home free. Very nice. So that would be a great, this would be a pretty decent place to stop for the day, and then you can wrap up your job and then head home and start going at it again. I have 2 people now, like you, and there's someone else I'm waiting on. Like I did this review. You're off tomorrow? Nice. Oh dang, that's extra time. There's another person a little bit before you, like 2 weeks ago. They were about to release a game, and it was about Japanese language learning and whatnot, and I spent like some time with it and talk about it, and I'm excited about seeing what they're going to do about it, because it seems like it's a great place to start. But there's so many, I had so many ideas, and that person was really passionate and excited, so they've got excited to do more with their game and whatnot. And since then there hasn't been like there was a recent update, but I'm getting excited about seeing what they're going to do about it, like all the things they'll change and whatnot. Yeah, and then that's you too. Like, here, this might sound like it is less impressive to other people, but there's also the concern about pressure, right? To disappointment and pressure. To me, when you build loyalty, I'm already impressed. So I set this with most of the things that I pick. If I pick to invest in something, I already believe in the project. So the reason why I'm saying this is also we want to also ground ourselves not to be fear of disappointment, right? Because when you build loyalty and trust, disappointment has no competition. Like disappointment doesn't even compete with loyalty and trust. Where like, oh, maybe it didn't come out as like the first couple, the first couple episodes of El Chavo, the animated series, right? But the thing is, when you invest, that type of level of pressure is a little different. So I wanted to keep that in mind because sometimes I don't know if I could unintentionally do this, but it's good encouragement versus pressure. I think oftentimes when creators become more responsible, like they have an audience and stuff, there's this like also balance that they have to do where they place so much pressure on themselves and that things start cracking, right? Like they start falling apart, and it's often self-induced when you have a sentimental creator. When you're someone who's like operating on loyalty and trust, imposter syndrome can happen where it's the people who are loyal may not see what you need to work on, which we're kind of going down that road because I like whatever you're going to create anyways because of the relationship, not necessarily the thing. So keep that in mind. I know this kind of like makes it a little bit less exciting, but I keep the balance. We must, or at least we must try to keep a balance level. I don't want to apply too much pressure, right? So no pressure, but I am excited. Maybe not as excited as you are. I'm most definitely excited for you. And I can't wait. That's what I mean by no pressure, right? No pressure. Trust and loyalty and mutual self-respect dampens pressure. Do not break yourself either. That's that burnout territory. The burnout territory that I'm talking about. In my early 30s, I absolutely I was married to my work. And because I was married to my work, I didn't take breaks. I didn't learn to rest. I got anxious. I constantly took on more things. And your body and your mental health can only take so much. So I just wanted to make sure I'm not adding too much to that pressure, right? Like breathe, but still get excited. Breathe with moderation. And that's where I want to end. So moderation, right? One last question. How long do you usually work on your project when you are off? Like how do you work? Like what is your routine like in a very on a daily basis? So just take your average, try to average your day. What is your routine like, your process like when you have a day off on your project? Curious. Maybe that's something for later, right? Like if you haven't thought about it, a lot of people when I ask this question, they haven't thought about it because they kind of vibe it out, they feel it out. So if you don't have an answer right now, that's perfectly fine. I'm very curious. So maybe in the future, if you start if you're ever interested, I would be really interested in hearing how you go about your day, because maybe I can learn something from this period where I'm like drawing stuff, right? Like doing Inktober, I could think about stuff from the way you go about your process. That's how we learn, right? We share ideas. My Inktober process, it's only once a month, so it's willy-nilly. You kind of relearn it, and by the end of the 31st day, I would have a routine, and then next year it would be a reset again, and maybe some of the stuff from the previous year flows in, but then it would go through the same iteration process. I don't do it yearly or year round, so I don't have an idea of what it's like to work on something that long when it comes to this type of thing. I can tell you what the routine is like for maybe a 7-year project for like a degree in science. That's a thing. If obviously if we ever get to sharing how to maintain consistency on one's passion. What was the question? In the future, I would love to hear how you maintain your daily project, like how you work on your stuff on your day off, like over this many years, because you said you've been working on it since 2018, so that's a really long time. Yeah, so not now, obviously, not now, and it doesn't have to be now, but it would be really interesting to see the details. You're still grinding to late till 4 a.m. It would be really interesting to hear how you manage that after work, like all that time, like all these things, like how you kept up it all those years. Here's something that some of the indie developers that I've had the privilege of encountering have done. They kind of, to reflect upon this, that they're able to improve their workflow and stuff over time, they actually write blogs about this. Like, oh, hey guys, and then that's where storyboards enter and stuff, right? And that's how Instagram works. So you like write a blip about, okay, so today we were I thought this part, I've been doing this for like 2.5 2 3 years right after I get home, and this is but today I decide, okay, we're gonna try to do this, and then here's what I did during that time. And then that's kind of like a little window into, you know, the stuff that we talked about earlier about becoming familiar with the person and how the thing was made. It'd be really interesting to hear how you manage to keep doing this and still stay so passionate. I think people could really younger individuals, right? Individuals who are going to start on a path, a journey to a very long project would love to hear these type of stories. It's practically a biopic. If I live long enough where, you know, you make it and you become like 60, which would make me possibly like 80 and 90, if there's a biopic, all of that stuff that we're talking about today, it's going to be in that biopic. I watch a lot of biopics. Like recently, the one that's on my list now is about the comedian, the actor comedian. What is his name? That I'm gonna watch later. Soon. What's his name? Dang it. Oh, John Candy. John Candy. I Like Me. So it's kind of like those things. It's a great way to kind of learn about other ways people keep themselves going, right? Inspirational. All right. Enough distractions. Good luck with the rest of your workday. Good luck with your project days. So, Visit. Or is that? Yes, that's a visit. Ne. How do I use ne? Definitely not nen, right? Oh, I use net. Azuneru.
尋ねる
Alright.
小
Cool. Church. Something about life hacks. I wrote something about life hacks. Semaru.
迫る
象徴
Docho. What? Oh, it's like a symbol as opposed to a sign. Okay, fine. Knew I would do amazing at a TED Talk. TED Talks are like the scientific equivalent of a seminar, and without saying too much, I've done a lot of TED Talks in my life. It's one of the things that I don't get to share a lot of time. This would be the closest thing to doing a TED Talk. Yeah. Seminars are what TED Talks are modeled after, and the thing that makes Twitch streaming a little bit more like TED Talks than like a classroom, like going to a classroom and giving a 50-minute talk on like the entropy of a stochastic system in a molecularly biased simulation or something like that, is that you use layman. You make it relevant to a particular audience. So that's typically what the TED Talks are. Your brother might do one in the future. Ooh, there's talks of, oh, you'll have to keep me posted. I would love to see what your brother does. Very neat. His documentary. Okay. All right. Give me his documentary. I'll make that. All right. I'll make that a thing to watch. Okay. East. Oh, interesting. Oh, wow. All right. I'll let you know. I'll let you know. I do like documentaries. And it's about immigration. That's great. If you Jose Anzaldo. Ah, okay. Well, actually, I'm curious if I've that's his debut. Along with one other thing called Jose and Mr. Damos. But 2017. Oh, so this is his debut documentary. Neat. All right. Oh, actually, I see the resemblance. Because you have a picture of your face. You have a picture of your face in Instagram, and wait. That's him, right? Or is that wait, hold up. Wow, it's uncanny. Wait, that picture on Instagram, is that you? Like, I'm not sure if this image that I'm looking at is like, I either, like, they're very, okay, so the Instagram picture is you. This image of this person that I type when I search Jose Anzaldo, looks suspiciously, uncannily resemblance to your face on Instagram. So either the internet is taking like a no. That's your brother? Okay, like because you guys look alike. Like the resemblance. Can I show you? Yes. Hold up. Hang on, I'm trying not to dox myself. This guy? That's your brother? There is a very... Yeah, okay. There is a very... Yeah, it's not you. Okay. Because of the Instagram photo that you have is like dimmed. So when you're in a dim lighting, I notice the shapes, like the shapes of your face, right? And you have a lot of shape language that is very similar to your brother. But since it's in two different environments, you have like the dim lighting. If you were to blow it up in a natural lighting setting, there is a very good chance. And then obviously hair is optional because hair has different lengths. So when you look at the shape, like if I were to draw a portrait of you, right? Like a caricature of you, and I use the same shape for your eyes and your chin and your face and whatnot, and just replace the hair because his hair is longer in this particular time picture, there's a very uncharacteristically similarity between the two of you, which I'm pretty sure you're well aware of because animators, right? Like when you're drawing and you're looking at shape language and you reduce them down to like the defining shapes and edges, yeah, you two are definitely brothers. That's hilarious. Anyways, thanks for sharing. I will have to look at... that means I can know a little bit about you because it's about east of Salinas. That's where you are, right? That's where you live, and it's about immigration. Which, by the way, I am a sucker for immigration because I talk about multiculturalism all the time. Like, to me, I like... in fact, most of the Hispanic people that I've met in my life, they are all second-gen, largely second-gen Puerto Ricans, but you will get to see younger you. That's what I figured. I figured that you would be in the documentary because it's about the immigration, and you've already shared that you're an immigrant, like you're the product of immigration. So, and it just happens to be the same area name. That's kind of neat. Oh, thanks for sharing. Like now your brother practically did some work for you. You don't even need to do your work anymore. Your brother practically covered your... I'm kidding, obviously. It takes place when he was in 3rd grade, and you get to see us get older. You know what's an interesting movie? I'm not sure if you ever heard this movie before, but Boyhood. And it actually might take place... I forgot where it takes place. It might actually take place in California somewhere. But there's this movie called Boyhood, and it literally was a movie produced over this kid's life, this kid's adolescence. So what they did was they did the production of the movie as this kid was growing up, all the way up to college. Or there's a little scene at the end for college, but it starts when he was like 7 years. And they took different periods of his life all the way up. I think it's called Boyhood. Hang on. Hold up. It's something like Boyhood, but it might... Yes, 2014. It's called Boyhood. That's a really neat idea where they took a dramatization, but it was mapping the person. Yeah. Anyways, look, you only have 2 minutes left on your workday, so I'll leave you up for your workday. This was great. It was fantastic. Oh boy. Now I have all the energy to go into the late nights. I gotta do at least one art prompt today, so we'll draw at least one art prompt. It's day 14's prompt, which was trunk. Trunk is the prompt. So we gotta get to it. Thank you again for sharing. Unfortunately, I don't have anything that explains my life in any way. But I can tell you about it. One day, I told myself in my 40s I would write a book or something like that. Maybe. I have enough to write a book, but who knows? And it would be about Asian Americans, second generation Asian Americans. So it's very much what probably influenced your brother to write a documentary about immigrants in California. I would probably end up writing a book about what it's like to be a second generation Chinese American, especially growing up in the times of the millennial and internet boon. I might be able to reciprocate in the future. All right. Nori.
乗り場
like a parking lot? Station? Like a riding place. Like a transportation center? Noriba. I mean, it could just be like generically a train station. Probably not. So, like getting on boarding place. How do I can it be like a boarding place? Oh, it actually takes boarding place. A bus stop, taxi stand. Okay. A boarding area or a transportation stop or like a boarding place should be. Yeah, it's like so many things. It could be any of them. Just a place to get on. I'm so caught up in the last thing. You're excited to read my book? Oh no, no pressure. No pressure. Maybe one day. after I watch 4 seasons of Flowers. And then I will write about it in the book. About the different multi-generational people that I've met in my life. The book is largely going to be about all the multinational second generation people that I've met in my life. It's a celebration of growing up in the United States in places of diversity. So most of the books will have acknowledgements and allusions to the many people who shared their lives of skirting and weaving different types of cultures together. It's kind of my thing that I talk about every day. That's why learning another language is a thing. Getting to know creators, different creators from different countries, listening and reading and writing things from different cultures and different languages. That would be what the book is going to be about, if there's anything. So there will be Disney movies involved, like Mulan, and then there will be family shows and cartoons, anime, American children's cartoons, foreign children's cartoons involved. So who knows? Send me a signed book, as long as we can reciprocate. I mean, who needs to send a signed book when your show is going to be one of the talking? I'm kidding. Like the day when it's like one of the chapters, you know, like chapter 16, the day I've met Danny Gonzalez. And the impact of associating and talking and exchanging ideas with a creator from a different place. Yeah, that's probably that's I use that most of the time. Most of my ideas are inspired by other people. So when I was talking about like the product thing, the product and longevity, loyalty versus business, I specifically have examples of them. And that's what makes the internet so awesome, right? You have examples. You learn and follow people, learn more about their lives, and they become points of inspiration. So it will be fun to collaborate, maybe. You know, collaborate. Anyways, let's focus on the presents. We got stuff to do. Go get them. Go get them, Danny. Right? Get your fix of your project. It's not good. Not E. You'll make me proud? No pressure. No pressure. And I will try to reciprocate too. Mutually vibe pressure, you know? Positive encouragement. Good. What's the pivot? Belly. No. Pivot for belly. Sort of had this down. Sort of. Nah, we'll come back. We'll probably. You are making me work go. You are making work go by fast. You know, that's a win. Maybe work will also go fast the more questions I ask you about work. That's what I love about the workplace, or potentials of the workplace. If you find a place you love to work with the people, I know this is not true right now, or may not be possible for the place you're working right now, but I often believe that when you understand people and you have to work with other people, work goes far quicker when you're able to work in an environment where you connect with the people that work there. That's more my bias towards smaller workplaces. And like having everyone have their skin in the game. Obviously, I'm not saying I understand what your work environment is like, but I typically thrive more in a work environment where whatever we're doing now, I have that relationship with my coworkers. So work goes fast when that's what happens. As opposed to like doing it this way, where it's asymmetrical. But hopefully in the future, when you're working on a show and keeping the show serialized, flowers and stuff, you're able to scout out people, right? Or come in contact with people where you love going to work. And that's what I mean by there's a difference between me and someone who compartmentalize work. Supergiant Games has a interview about like when they did a tour of their studio, and it's very electric how you can tell the difference between like the Sandfall Entertainment, like Clear Obscure and Supergiant Games versus like Ubisoft and Activision, for example. There are two different environments, and I like the left environment. Things go fast. In fact, I don't even complete my work. Like, I don't even stop working when work is quote unquote done for the day. I continue working because I like being at work. I like the people I want to impress. I want to do work because I want my mentor and my coworkers to also either benefit from it or be inspired off of it, right? If I do good work, my coworkers do good work, and my mentor enables us to do even more work. So that's kind of what my personal idealized work environment is. Obviously, there are ups and downs, but because of loyalty and trust, those things are overshadowed by that mutual respect and trust. Yep. Some people think it's a privilege, which is what the other person said, and I think it's easy to call something a privilege if you don't understand how hard it is to work for it. Like, you can easily say that competition and keeping business is easier, and that's why you can only do it. And it's a privilege for people like me who think that that's luck. And I'm going to tell you now, it's not just luck. It's hard work to find and scout and invest in people. So trivializing things like that is a little bit disrespectful, which is where me and that other person got a little hairy on it. It's like, I acknowledge that you have a privilege too. Trying to think that you can go to work, love work, or something, do work consistently for the rest of your life and not have any emotional attachments to it. Well, that is possible, just not in my environment. That doesn't mean one is easier or harder than the other. If you think my way is harder, then go find your way. That's the idea, right? If you work in high-paced business and you only care about money and like getting the money so you can do your own personal stuff that you don't want to share with other people, go find it. Go work at Activision. Go work at Blizzard, for example. I'm not saying they're solely like that, but there are different balances. For me, person first. I worked most of my life under mom and pop shops, small owners, and that's my biasy, right? I went to university, I researched in academia. I didn't go to industry. In fact, the industry will probably crush me for the first couple years. A larger industry, objective, systemic things, I might not be able to compete yet. I could try, but I haven't tried in my life. So it would crush me in the first 2 or 3 weeks. I would need to learn how to compete objectively. I didn't do it in my life. So at least I'm truthful about what I want and what to look for. the person I was talking to believed they were old, experienced, despite being only 22 years old, and they say things that are incredibly inexperienced and easy. Like, do you think they're avoiding the thing that they think is easy? That doesn't make sense. Right? Like, they accuse me that the thing I'm doing is easy. It's a privilege. It's getting lucky. And yet they're avoiding the easy thing and still waiting for luck to happen to them. So that's the difference between someone who's experienced versus someone who is young and naive. And in no way did I say you can't live that type of life. I just haven't. So I don't talk about it. I can try to understand it from your perspective. You want to leave your mark and not be a nobody when you pass away? Me too. Like, if the mark is other people, right? The product is an incentive as well. Like, what I mean is, you can leave marks two different ways, right? You can leave a mark on people, and you can leave a mark based on your work. But they're both there. When you produce a wonderful product that touches other people, it is also the people that get the mark. So that impact and the influence is both of them. Whenever I encounter someone who thinks it's only one or the other, in my opinion, it often comes off as someone's negative about something and positive about another thing. But usually they focus on the negative stuff. Right? If you focus all on just the product, then what happens to the equation of people? Right? And that, right, to be somebody is also to produce something that can stand the test of time. But standing the test of time also involves leaving a mark on people. So, like, when we think about artwork and creative things, I feel like both of them are very important. Not one or the other. It would be really disappointing, in my opinion, if someone believes that somehow whatever they create today, in terms of efficiency and performance, will never be replaced in the future. The humanity is harder to replace. In my opinion, it's likely harder to replace than something that is objectively valued by a number that just goes up, right? Like, for example, the story behind someone's world record will stand the test of time. Its context, its person, and their performance is part of their story. If you look at the world record as just a number, then that number will be replaced. Because you never know, right? And then that's what the internet gets you to think. You can't leave a mark if you're going to produce something that is like, oh yeah, the only way I can make it as a content creator is if I break the world record in subscribers, because that's the mark. I'm like, okay, so instead of describing how you achieve it, enjoy how you achieve it. Whether you achieve it or not, you decided that if you don't achieve that, then you have not left a mark. You are awash. You failed. It's like, tell the story of your close failure. You know? Tell the story of what went wrong. What did it? Then you're passing on information. You're leaving a mark, in my opinion. Science has this problem a lot of times. You spend 7 years trying to discover something, but what is published in that mark only captures what eventually happened, not everything that didn't work. So you can tell those stories and And that humanizes things. It makes it so that it's timelessly relevant, right? Like, how does someone get up from failure? That is timeless. I don't think, at least I like to think, there hasn't been a time in human history where someone's story, their details of their infinite combinations or unfathomable combinations of type of failure and circumstances in their details would be like, oh yeah, you're right. That's exactly like 100,000 other people who fail exactly the identical way as the way you described it. Yep. It's commonplace. You got replaced, bro. To me, if you're not interested in your own life, yeah, it can become very easily replaceable. Right? Like, if you want to say hi or type a random number, and that's it, and then the next person will type the same random number because it's like fun and it's a meme, then that's all you get. You get confused and thrown in with everyone else. And art kind of, you know, different forms of expression in art makes it different. You are less and less reproducible the more and more you work on it. At least in my opinion. All those highs will soon become something else. Like, here's a fun little bet, Danny. Here's a fun little bet. If we stay in contact, like, let's just say when we continue to remain in contact for another 3 years, I don't think our greetings will be the same anymore. It will be very different. You know, we will start like playing trickeries, developing different dialogues, having inside jokes. That's a mark. Those are marks, right? And stories will be passed on, whether it is written or not, you know, right? That'll be awesome. It's very reassuring. All right. Enough lollygagging. Enough lollygagging. Both. Be greedy, obviously, Danny. I know you were specifically talking about producing something that's a form of expression to touch people. At least that's what I think. You were talking about your show, right? I understand that, and I wanted to expand it even further, right? You can be even greedier than that. Your show can be the platform for which you connect with other people, and your show can be the lifeblood of kids growing up in a similar situation, right? That's it's even bigger than that. And thinking big is not necessarily meaning that you have to change the way you work at things, right? You can do even more than that. People could tell your story. I think documentaries are why it's so pretty awesome. I wouldn't be surprised if your brother had, I don't know if you're inspired by your brother, but I wouldn't be surprised if your brother had some like intuitive or, you know, exposure by being related to like work hard and also be interested in documentaries or telling a story. Like I would not be surprised. I'm guessing older brother, right? Jose is your older brother. He strikes me as like 3 or 4 years older than you. Just looking at the thing. You're the oldest. Oh snap. That is different. Intriguing. So you're the oldest. Now I have a lot of questions, but we'll save it for next time. That is even more interesting. I actually thought maybe Jose was the older brother by like 4 or 5 years. So you're 4 or 5 years older, probably. I think there's a gap. There's a year gap between the two of you because the way you guys are going about things, there's at least a 3 or 4 year gap. But I really thought that he would have, because usually products, you know, when someone is still searching for their mark, the one that gets their mark first tends to be the older one. 5 years, 5 year gap. Okay. Wow, that is really surprising. I have a lot of questions, but I'll save it for next time. So now I'm trying to think of how this is the case, like so it has something to do with like how long when did your brother start his project, and then what he did in terms of his eclipsing of his project versus how long your project was, that could make up for the difference in time. This would be your first project, right? Your debut project. First watch it, then we talk about, oh yeah, that's true. True. Consider it done, right? Intriguing. So that kid I saw might have been your younger brother, and that you're the older kid in those screenshots. Interesting. Huh. That changes everything. And somehow it's even more exciting to look for. Okay, great. No. Soul tie? That doesn't sound right. Does it?
相対
Tai. Hmm. I literally have never talked to someone who was actually in a film or documentary, you know, like a piece of work. Yeah, no, easy. Oh, what is that even like? uh, it keeps surprising me. I mean, this is uncharted territory for me, right? You have single-handedly provided me with a new avenue of exploration intellectually. Like, now you're my inspiration or tether to understanding how early exposure to media and like different forms of professions may create different outcomes for like behavioral goals and whatnot. So that means if I am, so are you like 27, 28 ish? Are you in your upper, like maybe greater than 25 years old? Because I actually put you in early adolescence, like 23. Unless your brother was really young, like stupendously young as a filmmaker. Dang. That's outstanding. Did I already tell you I'm 38? I'm like much past the period, arguably the period of dreaming and stuff. I still dream and do things like that, but my perspective is very grounded because of life experiences. And I do not encourage younger people to give up that so soon, right? So definitely do not give up on those things anytime soon. This is where I technically don't practice what I preach to a great extent. Uh,
締結する
it gets us. Uh,
Enkan.
Incon. I like being surprised. For the record, I don't really feel surprised too often, and I can only be surprised if someone is willing to share and surprise me. So, most of the time, like, if I don't feel surprised or get things wrong, or like people are able to subvert my expectations, then I won't have anything to learn, anything to explore. So it's fun having pleasant surprises. It's more data, more interesting things to talk about. I think it's a breath of fresh air. It's very refreshing. I like thank you for the privilege of being able to do that, right? That's why I like streaming and talking and ranting. I like being surprised. Hear me out. I also don't mind being disappointed. When I'm disappointed, I want to solve a problem. I want to improve upon it. So when someone's sad and stuff, I run towards problems as well. I run towards success and problems at the same time because I want to be surprised. I want to learn. I need to do things that are different. If things become too similar, like, oh, this is exactly what I expected. I knew I wasn't going to like this. I knew I was going to like this. I despise that side of me a lot of times. It gets very old. It makes me not want to do anything anymore. This kind of sounds like a 20-year-old who gets stuck on the internet and fixated on doom scrolling. I don't want to go back to that. Like, especially when you're young and naive, it's even more concerning to me. Like, if you're a teenager who feels like that with limited life experience, then there's rarely anything you're going to gain or change or transform when you get older. I happen to be older now because it was before the internet started telling me what to do and providing the stuff that's targeted towards me and put me in a box immediately, right? Like, the first things you love for a 18-year-old is probably the thing they think they're going to do for the rest of their life, which then is also all the things that they can only like, because the internet and the algorithm are not responsible yet. The companies and the people behind it are not responsible yet. Discussing about it, how that impacts the development of a younger adolescent, where when the first thing they like will be the thing that the algorithm is going to reinforce because they no longer discover things, right? Yeah, I really like Coco Melon, for example, and then that's all they know for the rest of their lives. Or like an addiction to Pokemon cards. Sorry, Game Freak, but Pokemon was the discussion from someone that I know for quite some time now yesterday, right? When an addiction is one thing, only having that choice is also very reminiscent of an addiction. Basically, your comfort zone. You can become addicted to the very thing that you only know, and that will be your only choice. There will be only one route to success, one way to succeed, and if it doesn't happen, you keep waiting for luck to happen. So you have no problem solving skills, no critical thinking skills, and guess what? Problem solving skills and thinking skills come with communication skills. Communication requires problem solving and critical thinking in order to solve problems and share stories and disagreements with each other. It involves in the learning process. So I love it. I actually think I'm even more excited to watch the movie because my presumption, the pattern, you defy pattern. So when you say you are the older sibling, that's going against the model that I have, which is great because now I have an even greater reason to figure out where, or like to see where that idiosyncrasy breaks down. It's your life story. It's the mark that makes you identifiably you over these statistics. It's been 3 hours already. Yeah, it's been 3 hours already. We gotta at least do one art prompt today. You feel the same? I'm glad. I'm glad we can empathize on that part. You were disappointed of your old style and now you're happy with what you have now. You I hear me out. The greatest thing about being someone that at least I feel like we resonate is you're always going to be happy with your current style. And that is what makes all the events and choices before you worth it. When someone truly doesn't live a life of regret, the very thing that you produce in its current state will always be the best of you because you always bring your A game. And I cheap on this a lot. People ask me, oh, so what is the favorite thing you've ever done? What is the most difficult thing you've ever done? What is the most rewarding thing you've ever done? The current thing I'm doing. And sometimes maybe it's close second. But the thing is, I'm always trying my best. It's not that I'm always performing my best. That's a different story. Like, I could suck it up really hard. Like the work that I'm doing now could just suck product-wise compared to what I've done before. Like the skill just sucks. I'm just terrible at language learning apparently, or something like that. But it's the most rewarding thing, the best of me, because I'm always doing my best. So if I'm gaining experience, everything goes into my current thing I'm doing. It might not get the best results, but it's always the thing I'm most happy about, because I can't live a life where I feel like my life is getting worse. Like, that is truly and utterly self-defeating. The moment you say the thing you're currently doing is not the best and most exciting and happy thing you're currently choosing to do. So we're not talking about like things that you have to do. Sometimes I make an exception. If the things you have to do, maybe they're not the best, but they should, at least in my opinion, be the less suckiest version of it. So if you hate work, try to figure out how to hate work less. Make work suck a little less tomorrow, so you can still say the same thing. You are always aiming to do a little bit better than you did yesterday. So when an artist communicates that to me, at least, or in their work or in their behind the scene, that's an artist and a creator to get behind, because there are always sunny days ahead. It's through thick and thin, right? That the whole hard work thing. What is hard work? How do you define hard work? I feel like oftentimes people define hard work by the results of hard work. You can't appreciate hard work if all you think about is the results of the hard work, because the hard work is the entire process and journey of it. One cannot appreciate hard work by looking at a 5-minute reel of something someone took 36 hours to make. Right? That's, in my opinion, why it's called the internet hustle culture. You see the hustle. It's a two thing. It hustles the creator out of their hard work because the consumer and the viewer does not see it. And it normalizes that. Now, the nice thing about getting older and doing those things as well with life experience is that some people can still appreciate that because they themselves have done something like that. So for me, that's what I love about getting ideas from people. When people ask me to look at something, see something, I start to appreciate it because I also engage in it. Someone asked me before you, Danny, like, what's my goal of artwork? To appreciate art. By doing. Like, how could I possibly understand what it's like to witness firsthand if someone isn't gonna explain all of that to me? There are very few artists out there who enjoy explaining their process. Now it's higher. And now it's higher than before. But back in the day, most people just plop their artwork on there and say, hey guys, isn't this cool? And then it's like, well, this guy's artwork is cooler than that. And I'm like, I don't think so. Like, that's kind of hard to say. You could say they're two different artwork, because the moment you ask them how did they create it, you will have two different stories. Like, for example, when someone, here's a way to cheapen a hardworking artist. When an artist use a reference, and then when they use a reference, you know, they can appreciate how difficult it was for the other artist. So they would cite that artist, right? It's like, this is the artist's original work. I'm trying to recreate this artwork in my way. It in the end product, a non-artist, a person who hasn't done it, would say, well, these things are the same, only that one is the original, so that one is better, this one's cheap, right? But you have to remember that this artist can go on to make their own original art or whatever they come, but you decided to snuff out the flame because you can't appreciate the idea that a person could be doing the thing that's presented at the end differently. So when you draw that artwork, I can guarantee you that there are plenty of people who will come, like professionals who are far more interested in the results than their process as a creator. They would come by and say like, whoa dude, your artwork sucks, like you're doing this all wrong. You're drawing, you're highlighting the shadows before you're doing the light work, and like, why do you do it this way? You're wasting time. It's like, because I'm not, like, I kind of want to do it this way, but if you want to help me, the first thing you probably want to appreciate is why and how am I doing this? And then give me an inspiration from yourself to demonstrate how it's interesting to do it a different way. So I learned to do art in many different ways because the artists themselves communicate and demonstrate how they did it themselves. It's different from someone who critiques something with no experience of their own. And that's why I do things a lot of times. Not to the form of mastery, it's to make me appreciate most things. People who care, you know, empathy, sympathy, all those things. Communication, like, imagine trying to capture communication. Actually, that is what my goal is right now. If I had to give someone a goal, it's not the drawing, it's not the language learning. The ultimate goal is to demonstrate what it's like to communicate effectively in many different environments. How do you sound when you're giving a TED Talk? How do you modify the way you communicate the moment you get more information from the person you're talking to? That's something that happens on the fly. It's not something that happens because of a result. The results rarely tell what's happening when someone's having a long communication and discussion with someone. Many things are happening during that time. Let's video chat one day for sure. Yeah, for sure. You know what? We should I know I'm being, there's gotta be we gotta do some sort of like documentary advertisement or something for, I mean, your brother could probably do that. But imagine, give me 2 days. I can think of a few animators that I feel like, a few like people who I feel like your story is the beginning of how they started theirs. Like the individuals who now like do artwork and animation at Pixar and writing and stuff. There are a couple of people that I follow, like that I've watched and read about their background stories that really does parallel the stuff that you're describing now. But we won't know yet until 4 or 5 years ago. Like to 4 or 5 years in the future. So definitely one day. Definitely one day. But for now, what is that idiom? I'm not sure if you're familiar with American idioms. This one is, there might be a Spanish version. There's probably a Spanish equivalent. don't count your chickens before they hatch. Right? Don't count your chickens before they hatch. We're gonna keep, I love dreaming. I love being a dreamer, despite being almost 40. At the same time, we'll try to give ourselves like a bet. Like, let's keep it on the burner and focus on the present, right? So, reel it back a little. But I started sounding like very grandiose and a little bit more romantic. But yeah, hopefully before you're 30, yes. And hopefully before I'm 50. Hopefully before I'm 50. I set a lot of things in motion between the ages of 30 and 40 for my midlife crisis in my 40s. I'm kidding, obviously. I'm using midlife crisis ironically, but for middle age is often like the old generation. The midlife crisis usually happened in their 40s, and now the millennials are becoming in their 40s, and I anticipate that my midlife crises stuff is going to happen. This is where I will decide to make a board game or write a book or consolidate all the experiences that I've had in my first 40 years of life into those things, and finally like saying, oh, it's time to get. And I think for you, before your 30s is a product of the internet. So now there's a higher pressure to produce things earlier. And I think 40s is the new, the 30 is the new 40. And then 40 is the new 50. Like, I feel like my parents' generation, maybe they are prone to thinking about, oh yeah, I need to produce something now by their 50s. So I think things are getting a little faster and faster as we're going. Is 30 too young? I guess we'll find out, right? In fact, I actually think it's socially normal for people in their mid-20s to make it big. That's like the social norm right now on the internet. I think if we had to take a tally, which I don't have the statistics for, I think most people who made it big were in their 20s. For me, when I was growing up, you would get lucky if it was in your 30s. Like for me, when I was 13 years old, my goal was finish my graduate degree, either become a medical doctor or something very prestigious by the age of 30. Like, but that's not, I've made something by age of 30. I get to start making things at the age of 30. As in, I would have completed all the things I need in order to start making things at the age of 30. And now I genuinely believe that the people who are in their 20s are pushed even further back. Like they are even younger now. So most people now, what they normally see in their screens and in their face is that 20-year-olds are like the primes. They are the ones that are setting trends and taking off, right? Meanwhile, even the generation before, we have like 60, like for me, I look to the 60-year-old actors, you know, the 60-year-old directors and stuff. So they're even further back. So, or on the other end. So it's interesting. You might work on your brother's children's book. Ooh. I've always thought about a children's book too. That whole like touch grass ad commercial that I was talking about, like trying to create an animation, a short animated short about how touching grass is should be unironically one of the things that you look forward to when you have time to touch grass. That's kind of what I thought about could be a very excellent child book, like a book geared towards maybe even slightly older adolescents, because I think that's a rarity now. It's a romantic thing. So children's book is very fairy tale-ish, right? Is about having privileges. Well, oftentimes privileges is about the things that are abnormal, atypical, a bit whimsical. And nowadays, I feel like the most mundane thing you can do is ironically the internet.
touching grass is now in trend. Going out and having a dinner experience with your friends, if you have friends, quote unquote, if you have IRL friends, despite spending a little bit more money outside, it's the romantic thing to do now. It's to create stability in relationships. And one of the first steps is to, quote unquote, touch grass. So I feel there will be a market for something like that. At least even children's book to like define a new generation. Right? I'm not entirely sure what children's books are like right now. The one children's book that I am most familiar with, and it's due to social media, is this blind couple, or like this couple who one of them is blind, and they spent, or like like they're legally blind, and they have like this, they have very narrow vision, and what they did was they made a children's book. I didn't ever look at it, but it featured penguins, and it talked about like somewhat of a projection of their relationships and like making friends and whatnot, and that's kind of neat. Doing a children's book is great idea. Writing a children's book sounds amazing. For posterity, you know, get the little goobers, get the little babies and goobers up and running. Talking to people shouldn't be scary. It's a very I think every time I say that, it reminds me, it's a sobering thought of the changing times. This book will be in many schools. Ooh. Oh, I'll have to make a, well, you'll have to keep me posted. Education. You brought up school. Education is my jam. That I'm not sure what your life calling was all these years outside of like flowers, because you started it like 5 or 6 or 2018, right? When I was 12, I think the first thing I wanted to do was education. That's making sure people make their life less sucky, because you can enable them. That's probably the longest life goal that I have. Where the science came into the picture, because you can do the same with science. Teaching science, you know, learning from science, discovering, tackling hard problems. That's it, right? Getting that C and turning it into an A. Getting that F and passing with the C. Those are you've intrigued me. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna strap down and there's so much more. I have so much questions. So many questions. But documentary first. Beforehand. Where's this? Yeah. Oh man, so Arakame. No, yeah, Arakame, no? Arakajime. Oh no, yeah, this is Arakajime. This is like raw age G H
あらかじめ
Arakajime. And what the heck is Arakajime? A raw Nicolas Cage. I think this is just me beforehand or in advance. Since high school, you always wanted to make a cartoon, but wasn't sure what you wanted. Like the details of the cartoon. I see. Interesting. that better be the first couple sentences in your own documentary 10 years from now. I'm kidding. But it would be kind of funny though. You know, you fade in, camera fades in. Since high school, I always wanted to make a cartoon. I wasn't sure what I wanted. That's, so I started working and so on, so on. The very first sentence in your own documentary. Since high school, I always wanted to make a cartoon, but wasn't sure what I wanted. And then it would be like a slight fade in and fade out montage of flowers. Like different little storyboards that show like flowers maybe walking around and exploring things. In the credits, you see your name with that line. One day. That is how we keep each other motivated, it's so good. So good. And I hope you get like communities and people who feed on each other, that energy. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this thing, but there's and not that you're too concerned with this, but there's a person that I talk about a lot, like Hank Green, right? Hank and John Green. They're older than me. They're at least 10 years old. They're the older, one generation older than I am. So the things they do about science and creativity and then overcoming adversity and all that, when they talk about it, they have a channel called Vlog Brothers, right? If I have any parasocial relationship, this is the most consistent parasocial relationship that I have. It's these two creators, and they worked on a community their entire lives, practically, like their professional life, next to other things. And this community is so self perpetuating and supportive that now there's a name for them that they have done, and there's articles and stuff about this community. It's called Nerdfighteria. And I was way after this. I came across Hank and John Green like when I had time. I wasn't integrated into the internet that much, like in my 20s, because it was barely that. So in my like mid 30s or early 30s is when I came across them, and this had already existed. But hopefully one day, the long-winded story is, hopefully one day you are also going to be able to create a community filled with people who support each other and prioritize education and all that stuff too. Hank Green and John Green is like the peeps that I would say for now. If I had Hank Green or John Green's like contact, that would be probably the thing that I would brag about all the time. You can look them up if you want. They have a different thing. They're more like scientists, and John Green is an author. He wrote things like Fault in Our Star, Finding Alaska, Anthropocene Review. He also recently read Tuberculosis, a book on tuberculosis. I forgot actually what it's called. Everything Tuberculosis? Pretty sure it's everything. I haven't read it yet. So, Everything Tuberculosis. And he's tackling the real world problems. And then Hank is responsible for starting billions of things. He's actually responsible for the most viral app on smartphones. So if you have an idol app that deals with something like that, I haven't tried it out myself. He was one of the creators. And then Hank Green did SciShow, Crash Course, and all the other things. But these guys, they're brothers, by the way. So I brought both of them up because they're also brothers. One is quote unquote a famous author, who happens to also collaborate to make these movies. So the other movie was Turtles All the Way Down. Turtles All the Way Down was converted into a movie, was adapted into a movie. So John Green is the author and the movie thing side, and Hank is the entrepreneur, sort of like an entrepreneur, not for business sake, but what they do is they start for things for charity. So all of the stuff they do is for charity. Like opening a raising money for a multi-million-dollar health facility in a impoverished country to reduce infant mortality. John Green is trying to increase the accessibility of tuberculosis diagnosis testing in underprivileged society, like countries and underprivileged countries. So, and then Hank tried to make education affordable by starting something called a crash course, which it can offer college credits when you participate in their thing. There's quite a lot of things. It's very difficult to even begin to concept. So, successful brothers. And you guys are young. These guys are in their 50s. They started, like really, many of this stuff started when they were in their 20s and 30s. So you can too, right? And I would make, I like to be the, one day I want to be the Hank Green or the John Green that talks about your success. At least that's how I'm a little older than that, but maybe when I'm 60, I would get to talk about all the things, all the interesting things that are happening. That's what, by the way, what Vlog Brothers started with. They vlog, they write video essays to each other. So every Tuesday, I think John writes as though he's talking to his brother. And then his brother writes back on Thursdays. I have poor track of time. But they keep writing letters to each other. They record letters to each other. And then back and forth, you hear this conversation that they have back and forth. And then they talk about, you know, their lives, various things that keep up. So one day, I like to think that's how people interact. So if you ever want to hear what it's like to be in the head of someone, the reason why I'm highlighting these two guys is my friends and I, the way we interact with each other is exactly, it's nearly, it's uncannily the way Hank and John interacts with each other. And in fact, if I had my friends could pass for their brothers because they kind of look like them. I obviously don't. Hank and John Green screams multi-generational American, and I'm not. But I always felt that I had these are the guys I resonate with the most, like down to their propensities of language and their over analyses and particular concerns and habitual patterns and behavior. I think if my life would be very unaffirmative without seeing that there are other people like them that can exist in this world. So I feel like they're still an outlier for the most part, because for every one of Hank or John, there's 5,000 of other types, right? But those other types share more things in common than Hank and John. And for me, I think that's not to say that there aren't people like Hank and John. I just feel that since Hank and John represents an outlier, most of the people are represented as a group. The strength of individuals become enhanced when they collectively merge as a group. So individuals who are far more concerned with other people, their influence is diffused. It is the collective that creates the strength, not the individual. Just so happens every once in a while, Hank and John represent someone that has collective thought, but they became the face of a group that is less apparent. And I would say selfishly, right? Selfishly and humbly, I belong to that group. So it's not one person that makes, at least in my opinion, the things I'm saying strong. It's the many. Meanwhile, with that, there are still far more people who are represented by self-identifying people. So in the years of YouTube and Twitch, it's one face. It's about the person, not many people. So, and even then, it's a balance of that. So it'll be interesting to see where all of this goes in the future. That's a plug for someone who's parasocial. So no, I do not know John or Hank Green. Right, I don't have their numbers. But you have a brother that is pretty big to have a documentary. Just saying. So you know what? What I'm probably gonna do this evening is I'm gonna watch the documentary. I'm gonna talk about it. And then anyone that I come in contact with will probably maybe also watch that documentary, because I think I'm fairly passionate about the things I talk about. I think if there's anything I can give people the benefit of the doubt is, if they are passionate that they want me to see something, I can only go up from there. I don't go down. Like, my goal is rarely ever to not match the person's energy. Most of the time is to exceed the person's energy. Friendly competition. So like, I am more likely to argue that I care about your work more than you care about your work than not care about your work at all. It's not to say that I can achieve that. Is to say that my goal is always to aim for something that is more than is less. So if you're enthusiastic about your work, I'm going to pump you up, because I'm going to try to sound like I'm as enthusiastic as you are. We're matching energies here. And I'm going to add a little bit more. Like, one day I will be drawing a flowers inspired Inktober theme. It could be next year. It could be the year after. We could have the red panda high-fiving. I don't have a name for my mascot. A red panda high-fiving flowers. And it would be like my interpretation, like, attempting to create her likeness. And oh yeah, that's also one thing about leaving a mark. When that mark creates iterations and inspires spiritual imitators that lead to other original creations. That's like your mark taking on a different form, which is great. You'll watch it with my family. Hopefully, my parents aren't the most spry. They're kind of old, so maybe as well I could tell them that I know this person. I actually knew this person before they released this thing. One thing is to keep in mind is like they don't understand English, so that could be very difficult. But I do talk about, my parents do ask me like, who have you been talking to? Like, what have you been doing? So if at all, talking about it indirectly is probably going to happen. All right. Okay. Oh, fugu.
フグ
Is this trash? That's trash. Dokuritsu.
独立
Dokuritsu. Oh, you know what would be really one day you'll merch everywhere and you'll see merch. That'll be exciting, and I will most definitely buy a pop. What do you call those things? A pop figure of Wendy, and attend one of your open like works, and then get it signed. get a pop figure of it. Wendy with a big head Wendy. I mean, not Wendy, Flowers, sorry. I don't know why I'm saying Wendy. Flowers. Jennifer. Wait, her name was Jennifer, right? Jenny. Yeah, Jennifer. Oh yeah. Just get a large pop figure and get it on, yeah, Jennifer. Dokuritsu. Enough dreaming. Back to work.
昇級
So cute. You met Jennifer Escat because she was telling you about Judith Barzi. Ah, I see. Hang on, I need a mental image. Interesting. Okay. They work together. Oh, commercials. I see. That sounds about a pretty reasonable place that those two would meet professionally. I'm trying to think if I have any references. This part is where I hope I would be working. This part is where I hope I will be cultivating in the future, where a thing about education, right? Education, mentorship, and things like career advice and stuff, right? Is that the person who is want to be helpful, they should also, when you're looking at people and you're looking at experiences, you are also able to bring people together, right? Like, the wonderful thing about networking is that when you're over the hump of networking for yourself, you can network for the purpose of bringing other people together, right? And that's where also education, mentorship, and coaching and stuff comes into play. If you have also life experience in these things, you can also enable people to work together. And when you enable them to work together, they can create magic together. But that only goes as far as how well you understand the people you're networking with. So oftentimes when I'm thinking of references, I'm like, that is a very big weak spot, because I don't actually work in an industry that I typically involve talking about nowadays. Back in the day, it would be a different story if someone said like, oh, hey, what are the ways that you want to like start investigating a specific field in science or something. I might be able to say something about that because a lot of my references are current. Now there's really nothing other than as much as word of mouth as I can get. So like, for example, when I meet someone who also is making a family oriented cartoon who's coming from a different perspective, I will have to bring you up. And that's so I'm building a different list of references now. Like if you want language learning, there's a bunch of references for that, but I don't have direct connections with them yet. But eventually, maybe, hopefully, in a couple years, I'll make you a writer. So that's kind of one of those things. The thing that my writing skills, right? Like the only type of writing skills that I have that I'm incredibly proficient at is an analytical writing skills. So for the most part, if you want a journalist, right, to write your thing that deals with background research and imagine a TED Talk, right? But a journalistic TED Talk in writing form. That's probably where most of my writing experience, like pretty much my entire life, was dedicated to non-creative writing. Basically, the writing where we're trying to capture the most detail-oriented, ask the correct questions, try to disseminate all the relevant informations for optics and communication. So like if you have problems explaining something to someone, or like there's a miscommunication between your writer and like the person who's making the animation versus the person who's writing, the thing that I typically fulfill is that role. Like I write, communicate in between problems. So I typically, when it comes to like reviewing things and all that, it's about optics and communication, right? What people perceive between people. So it helps someone who has a problem communicating with another person who may have a problem communicating, not amongst themselves. They have a problem communicating with each other, as in there's a miscommunication. Both of them are very talented in their own fields, but they have a problem getting across the ideas together, like finding common ground or stuff. That is usually what I would say, that's the most type of writing, which is kind of ironic because I talked about how objectivity removes human relations. That's where I spent most of my life, writing objective things. I know it's ironic now because we just spent like the last 3 hours talking about the subjective value of people. That's what I lacked. I think my early life, I lacked the thing that most internet people, I would say 60 to 70%, value. They find objective thought and analytical thought impressive. As in, oh, hey, yeah, like you're very analytical and objective about this thing. It's kind of nice because I'm very emotionally disabled and emotionally unstable and whatnot. It's like, that's great. And yet at the same time, in order to understand these people, I had to learn how to be emotional. Almost 4 hours already, and we talked a lot about cool stuff. I know. And I hope you get to talk about all that stuff and more when you explore your characters. Because, oh man, it does wonders when you have that wonderful human touch in it. Conversations become creative work a lot of times, right? What was, I forgot which famous, there are a couple famous people in their interviews where they talk about like where was their original inspiration for like some sort of viral take on something in their creative work, and that resonated. And oftentimes it would be some sort of unexpected story where they were shooting ideas around a cup of coffee with a fellow creator or something, and the rest is history situation. And that's, hopefully that we'll get to reflect upon that in the future. Every hour time invested in my opinion, worth the investment. You just never know. You'll never know. I am starting to map out how much time I have for certain things. Okay. All right. 10:20. Okay. What? Oh,
訪問
Omon. You couldn't stay long enough to watch your drawing last time? Oh yeah, and don't definitely do not do that when you're like no obligations. No pressure, obviously. Oh, by the way, yesterday I didn't get to drawing. I yapped too long. And that's okay because I still have like a breathing room of eight extra days. 8 extra days. The reason is not necessarily Procall, the other person that I talk to quite often, went to bed early and then they got up early and I was still up. So we had a chat about conversations, like communication skills and empathy and sympathy and stuff. A lot very similar things here in a different context because he is not interested in artwork, but other things. But they deal with similar themes. And I basically choose when to cut off, as in I either choose to have the conversation and then I'll just shuffle my schedule around because number one priority is conversation. The number one priority is to foster connections. So I said this yesterday when I was burning the midnight oil, was the idea that I don't pass on opportunity, and opportunity is other people. Actually, was 8 hours long. I was thinking about doing the prompt anyways. My upper limit for my voice, the upper limit is 8 hours. However, if some of the sessions, like a cool 4 hours, is not really involving me talking, then the stream can go to 12 to 13. That's the maximum buffer zone. Because then I would eat and sleep and then get up 8 hours later and do it again. So that is the max, absolute max. So that's how I decide. I have a really complicated, I have a really streamlined way of explaining how I do time management. And one of the courses, the things that I wanted to publish is about how time management works. But I have a very technical but easily understood way of how I decide when and where to allocate my time and how I do that. One day, maybe in 2026, end of 2026, I might publish something or like YouTube or something about the different models of time management. That's what I was talking to Procall yesterday at the very end. YouTube has a new thing called courses. And the courses is being beta tested. I don't know if this is an NDA or not. I hope YouTube. They didn't say it was an NDA, but they're testing out this thing called courses. And the courses is where it's a separate section where the videos are deliberately meant to be instructional. They already exist on YouTube, obviously. All this stuff exists on YouTube. But now there's going to be possibly a test for a second section. If it's not successful, then it gets scrapped. So all of this is tentative, right? And the idea is it's a playlist series designed to specifically instruct and provide actionable instructions for skill to pass on to people. And the one that comes up almost substantially tied to most things is the discipline in time management. And I think I've had enough experiences through my life in 7 or 8 different environments, and even now in an environment that is most relatable to people who are looking for this type of information. Like, what do you do when you have yet to work professionally while juggling your passion project and stuff? How does one make time for self-evaluation, management, and how do you elevate all the things you're currently doing? So a great example that I was given is, it's not the same as saying, don't do this, do this. Is, if you already do this, how do we make it better? Or what are the things that you can ask yourself, set yourself, break it down, and get it to work better, and then that will enable them to try other skills. Like, for example, procrastination. Oftentimes people will say, don't procrastinate, just do this. Like, well, you can do that while understanding how to elevate your ability about the procrastination. What are the pros and cons and appropriateness of applying procrastination? Basically doing offloading everything at the end. There's also front loading, and then spread out, and consecutively spread out versus non-consecutively spread out. There are different time management skills, and they require different mindsets, or they can be elevated or damaged by different types of mindset. So you can apply all of these in a single project. It doesn't have to be 0 or 1s. So the idea behind the courses that I might be working on or writing in some way or recording is that it would include ways to work with what you already do, not about changing you by going cold turkey or crash coursing you to a diet or something. Like, crash stuff is going to crash. It's non-sustainable. So if you're telling someone who procrastinate, their problem is that they procrastinate, that rarely has a long-lasting, effective usefulness, in my opinion. But it is useful when they already know what to do. So, like, you can go hard and say, okay, well, I procrastinate a lot, so today I have a New Year's resolution. I'm just going to stop procrastinating, and it can be successful. You follow those people. That's the hustle, right? You get someone, if you only have 10 minutes and you want to change your life immensely, you can do those things. Alternatively, you can get someone to enable themselves to take control and get results from the things they already learn how to do, and it makes room for them to go and explore other things. So if you can get someone to improve on the things that they already know how to do, eventually it liberates resources for them to go and explore, well, if I can do this, what else can I do? So the internet has been yes, no, best, worse, bad, good, not that, but this. So that's kind of one of the things. Sorry, that's just a little side thing that we were talking about. And you down to collaborate on an art piece? Once you finish your passion project, that would be a deal, right? That would be a bet. But I feel like before we go into starting other things, I think you definitely, I do, in all, with all due like respect and privilege, get her done, right? Get her done. I don't want to distract you, obviously, but it will be a pleasure the moment your current goals are achieved, right? It's a deal, right? It's a bet. It would be far too like we can't. You have a clear vision right now, and it's good to keep that clarity. that doesn't mean I can't secretly try to study your artistic quirks and then break it out all of a sudden. That doesn't mean I can't just secretly be in the background doing an art study on you. And then you know, when that day comes, don't be surprised that there'll be a red panda in the style of in a very, very familiar but slightly different style of your work. You never know. You never know. I stare at things a lot. Let's see. Send. You're excited for that now? I think we can do... I think while you're working on your thing, I think I can prepare next Inktober for, like, creating a slightly iterative design, iterating on as a as a second shill, you know? I could become your shill on the side. It's like someone would come by and they was saying like, hey, so what are you doing right now? It's like, oh, you know, I'm doing this art study on this guy that I met last year. He was very enthusiastic about his family cartoon, which by the way will air in a month. So in November 2026, next month, this show will be launched and I'm looking forward to it. So as a way to celebrate, I decided that this year I will do collectively the meta theme that I have with language learning, and I'm gonna try to do an art study on this person. So most of it will be to fine tune and put a little cherry on top on my interpretation of it. And that gives me a reason to talk about your show whenever I'm doing it. That's the same thing I do with most things. Like whenever I talk about language learning, I talk about Like a Dragon. Like a Dragon, the Ryuga Gotoku Studios franchise by Sega, right? Every time when someone says, oh, so what do you do other than that with your Japanese? Well, I play a game called Like a Dragon series. And I mentioned that yesterday when you asked what I was doing here, like learning Japanese, I brought up the Like a Dragon series. So that's would be my pleasure. No pressure again. You don't have to meet 2026. We can adapt most of the time. I am absolutely unapologetic. If you give me the time of day, I am absolutely unapologetic to talk up other people's things, right? The people I invest in, the people that invest in me, like all that, no shame. There's no, I am unapologetic. I believe in people. I like to trust people, right? Doesn't always work out, right? Keep that in mind. It doesn't always work out, but try your best anyways. And with that, I really need to go to the bathroom. I'm supposed to take a bathroom break a little. So I'll be right back. might be hard for you to get your cartoon out there for sure. You hate public speaking. Oh yeah, understandable. Yeah, that's kind of the yeah. That's what I feel is one of the skills that eventually, when you hit the opportunity, right? Indie developers and solo projects, the one thing that they end up doing next, which these things take time, right? When you get something out there at some point, you land that thing, you publish your work. The thing that I often talk to other indie developers about when I have a privilege to do so is that the next thing they do is about public speaking and social media and ways to present themselves. So they try to get it takes, I would say, a year to 2 years post release of their project to get used to those type of things. I would say the same is for me. But that's because I'm older in general. Like when I was a teenager and you write things and stuff, you have to learn how to like present, talk, and teach to different audiences, or give a seminar to audience of your own peers, as in people who might even be your senior, right? So, and then you go to conferences and you talk in front of international groups, and that type of stuff comes from after you start making things, right? So it's very, in my opinion, I understand it can be difficult, but I do feel when one becomes a professional, all those things with hard work and passion and encouragement and a supportive in a supportive place, they fall in. Like the abilities end up checking out for themselves. So it's not to compare you and me, because I'm already like 10 years past that point where when I first had to write something and I'm like, okay, now I have to present it. Like, okay, so how do I present it? Like, you have to defend, right? The thesis defense is an example where by the time you get to that point, you've been working on something for so many years and you have gotten used to constantly practicing how to get used to public speaking or private speaking, even like a classroom environment and whatnot. And all these things get developed along the way. And I think it's a very natural, I would say, for now in current society, it's a natural response to someone who doesn't go to like, if you went to college, that would be one of the first things you hate a lot of times, is learning how to do public speaking and seminars and speeches, or teaching to a large audience like IRL and all that stuff. So I think that will come with time for sure, at least. But the thing is, you can also choose not to do it and have someone else do it for you, but it would have to be someone you absolutely trust and resonate, and you scout it. So the alternative is to be very, very good at understanding who you want or to look for, right? And that would be something that's suggesting. And for the record, you trust me, I'm still a stranger online. So the first thing someone you can trust is probably going to tell you, first, you have to trust yourself. And when you trust yourself to want to do something, so like, to not jump the gun, right now you hate public speaking. Eventually you're going to slowly do it, like, do a little of it. Remember we like earlier on I talked about, why do I do art? Is to appreciate the creator, right? So eventually you may have to do some public speaking, but you might end up liking it, disliking it for certain things, and that can help you find who you want to trust as stuff. So prematurely, it's an excellent way to start developing. How do you speak? Or how do you want to speak? How do you imagine you're speaking? right? And then you look for those qualities in other people. So that's another way to go about it. That's when you start running a group. Like, for example, someone once asked me, like, don't you care about views, or don't you care about like growing your channel? It's like, well, I do. However, they keep saying, well, then why don't you do it? Like, you think you know that stuff. It's like, well, yes, but hear me out. I know the people that I want to look for, because I don't necessarily have to develop the skills if I know who I'm looking for to do those things, if you have the resources to do so. So that to me is something that will also come with time when you start dabbling in all of these things. Like, how well do you hold a conversation? Find relatable topics. Like, so, and the nice thing is you can have co-interviews, right? I think it's absolutely adorable when in interview format where you have like the writer and the illustrator, or like the two people who are working together, and they kind of like complement each other. So that can also be a thing. It's I think the two most like right now the most trendy format is you have someone who spends time, put out their product, and then they spend the next couple years working on their public presence. And then because of that experience, when they go back to making stuff, right? Going back to making stuff again, they understand who to look for, because they can see themselves in other people, and they find that person, and that person becomes their like PR manager, or their like public, like not necessarily PR, but like press release person. And then you find your editor, right? You'll end up eventually finding your editor, your the post-process editing, your producer. You'll eventually have to find your producer. How you find those producers when you become big, right? Like this is not to characterize the first time. The first time is you take the opportunity when it's presented to you, if you can, right? But when you have choices, you will then, in my opinion, have the luxury or the privilege to practice these skills, and then those skills will allow you to choose, or scout is the word I would use, scout the proper people. And often I always thought about, if someone thinks that I'm doing this professionally, like streaming and stuff, I would have approached it very differently, because in my opinion, I believe that I have enough experience as a professional to not take an amateur approach or a casual approach to this. It would not look like this. This is how I am telling people that this is for fun. It's my hobby, right? It's very different when you're younger and say, this is my hobby that I want to turn into a profession. So then it would cease to be a hobby. And the reason, one of the biggest distinctions between when it becomes a profession than a hobby is doing exactly that. Acquiring the skills that you don't want to acquire yet. The skills that you're pushing off for a little bit. And that makes sense, because the passion has to drive something before you have something that's working and then go to it. So eventually a professional will have those abilities, and hard work does pay off in that situation. So obviously public speaking is kind of far off a bit. I think it does come with time though, and being surrounded by people, like possibly your brother is a public speaker at this point, because they would have had to engage in public speaking knowing that they've produced something to the masses. Like when I published a paper, I would have to know how to both write publicly and as well as speak publicly in the defense of what I published. So it sucks at first. I actually disliked it. When I was a teenager, I didn't want anything to do with public speaking. In fact, the most I can muster is a one-on-one tutoring session. That's what I did for a very long time. Then I started doing outreach. Then I was a college student, trying to entertain and educate younger aspiring college students, and then all that stuff. Eventually it filtered into public speaking is like drinking water, right? Actually, sometimes it's a lot easier to just go around and talk to strangers and talk about their lives and stuff than sitting in my own mind, being preoccupied with myself. There is a disclaimer here. I do have compulsions that I manage, and the way I manage it is by channeling that energy outwards. So some creators, John Green is a great thing. When you sit alone, I'm not sure if you feel this way sometimes, and that's why you feverishly work on something. But when you're high functioning, like when someone is high functioning, sitting still and stooping to yourself creates a lot of anxiety. It creates a lot of anxiousness and like compulsions. So for me, it might not be the same as you. I wanted to tell you this because public speaking is my outlet for managing this stuff. So if I have a manic thought that I want to research and study, the first thing I do is I record it, speak it, express it, and teach it to someone else, or pass it on to someone else. That's a way so then I can create something. I created something, so then it's out of my system for like 2 days or 3 days, and then it happens again. So it happens again and again and again. So writing, artwork, music, working out, playing baseball, playing video games, those can be outlets for high functioning people. So the like trying to play a game creatively and then recording it and doing journaling and stuff, creating something is an outlet. So when you start to worry about things like, oh man, I gotta work on my public speaking, finding a creative outlet that can slowly get you to public speak would be something that I would do, something that I would inherently do. So in the future, whenever someone says, oh yeah, we're going to collaborate in the future, you have set the tone in which that from then and now I would slowly start working skills towards a potential obligation that I have in the future. So like right now, here's an example that's very real. I am slowly working on all the arrangements for my parents' retirement and all the things I need to know for their future health, because they are approaching, my father is retired, my mother is going to retire soon, and they will also have other future health obligations. So I am slowly dedicating most of my excess energy, a lot of my excess energy, to learning day by day how to take care of those things. So when those things come up, if they never come up, that's fine. I have an extra skill, a skill that I'm cultivating. So public speaking is kind of like that. You can make something that appears very overwhelming, something so big. It's kind of like if someone asks you in the future, an 18-year-old can probably come up to you in one day and say, hey, how in the world did you make such a great show like Flowers? You worked on it. You spread it out and you constantly worked on it. So it became less daunting when the whole thing comes together. Public speaking, like a Comic-Con panel. Yes, exactly. Then the thing I usually advise for young, compulsively high-functioning kids, hear me out, any human being, when they compare themselves to their old self, usually 9 out of 10 times, the younger self is more high-functioning than the older self, right? In very noticeable ways. So that high-functioning person, you can encourage and think about that high-functioning person and get them to think longer, not flattened shorter. So when you're thinking you hate public speaking, I feel like it's difficult to appreciate that right now public speaking is what you think about when you think of someone doing a Comic-Con interview or a red carpet interview or something, or a TED Talk, for example. And that can be incredibly overwhelming. And there's so many things going on, like where do you start? And oftentimes my response would be breathe and slowly think, well, what can you do now? And then slowly they'll come together as you invest in it, right? And it could be 5 minutes a day, 10 minutes a day, much like your a show that you're really passionate about. That comes together at some point. I think public communication is one thing, is it's a life skill. So it can seem like it's an inevitable thing that one must dread. And I totally agree with you when I was 18 that was it. Because 18 is when I graduated high school. And when you get to college, the first thing you got to learn is how to introduce yourself all over again. In fact, when you go through high school, you don't have to introduce yourself. That's obligatory. When you go to college, you choose to go to college most of the time. Like in this case, in these days, you choose to go to college. It's a privilege. And when that becomes something, you start worrying about a lot of things. So the first thing for public speaking is write down what you can say about yourself. And that's usually where I start with like these Twitch stuff. Like my goal is communication first, not whatever this is, like becoming a fluent Japanese speaker per se. It's a consequence. It's an extra. I get to learn how to draw. I get to learn about animation. I get to watch movies that other people care about. All of that deals with communication. Without communication, I would not get to do any of these things because that other person would be unable to communicate with me, both writing and speaking. There are a lot of times people say like, oh, I wish I could be speaking instead of typing because typing is limited. I was like, whoa, it's limited, but it's also different. You can do a lot of things in writing that you can't do in speaking. Let's explore that. Etc. Like if you want to start speaking, hey, let's switch roles. I will demonstrate how I type and do things differently because I do that a lot. I actually type and write more than I speak because much like most people, public speaking sucks. Like I won't cherry pick the feeling, like your gut feeling, that anxiousness, the nervousness, it doesn't go away. In my opinion, like I know some people might say like, no, I'm always this confident. It's like, okay, fair enough. Like I would say a large majority of people still feel nerves, anxiousness in public, like live streaming and all that, despite doing it a lot, unless you chose not to care about it anymore. And oftentimes when I hear someone who says they hate public speaking, it also means it's coming from a place that they care, which is really important. Without care, there really isn't a lot of improvement. And for me, I know we're getting into 4.5 hours, but we can go until like my voice gives out, which is around 8-hour point. That's something that I practice. I was terrible at it. Oh man. We didn't have recording devices, so you have to bear with me. I grew up when recording devices is not normal, and only when I got to graduate school is when like things were recorded, like seminars and things. There were camera devices, right? But before then, I still remember. Back in the day, I'll tell you a little secret, which is part of like the book and stuff. I used to, without a doubt, you might be thinking, wait, how do you start then? Of course you were a natural speaker, right? No, what I did was I wrote down every single word and then I input movement. I wrote a play script, a screenplay for myself. That's how I started. When I first got to college, when I had to present something, when I was in high school, I was way dumber, right? Like I was inexperienced. What I did was I memorized the script. So I wrote my entire script out and I memorized it from every single word to every single cadence. I even monitored my speed and delivery on them. And at some point when I got to college, I wrote a screenplay for myself. It's more akin to a screenplay, which is where there are places where I say I can improv because I'm good with it now. I can improv this movement, pause here, insert here, and then I would write every single word I've ever said in that thing. And you know, it gets even deeper than that. By the time I was like halfway through college, and I haven't shared this with any like most people, I don't know if they could tell or not, right? Even before after this, it got even better. I started doing scenario A and scenario B. So like I anticipated people's questions and like possible reservations. So when I present something, I also get ready for all the questions. This is what science prepared me for, right? When you present something, you are already getting peer reviewed, and you get peer reviewed before you present the things. So you will know what possible questions come up, what possible pausing places come up. I even do pauses during places where I say something that could potentially be controversial or require more detail. I even set up my presentations to have generalizations, and those generalizations have subtextual webs for extra explainers. This is, in my opinion, something that a politician does all the time, a PR manager does all the time. And this is not because I took a class in a class in public speaking. I've never taken a class in public speaking. The idea is I use my strengths and then I build from there. So nowadays I do a lot of these things intuitively and improvised. But where I started was I literally did what people find cringe or scared or shameful about. Like, cue the person who has such poor social anxiety that they write out exactly how to respond in a drive-through. I thought that was brilliant. Like, there was someone who's like, it was on my YouTube short. Someone had severe social anxiety, so what they did was they like taped and written out all their responses and stuff when they enter the drive-through, and then they go through the note cards, right? They like, if the drive-through asked this, they would flip to that and then read it off, right? You can start, like, that's where things start. I did this, and I didn't tell anyone this because the social norm is that you will sound too robotic. And in the beginning, I did sound robotic. But robotic with an addition of intentional setup. So like, I added intentional things that I actually practiced. So I acted. I did a lot of acting, and not acting in the sense of fulfilling someone's expectations. I acted in a way that can throw people off their guard. There's a chance my teacher knew exactly what I was doing because they are experienced. But the thing is, I was trying, right? Like, I'm learning how to do those things. So I got good grades. I got awesome grades for those things. But there was no part in my mind that said that I pulled a fast one on my teacher. My teacher was like 40 years old at the time, like 30 to 40 years old on average, and they could probably see right through me. But the thing is, they would also be able to appreciate the idea that if I was going to try this hard now, what will it look like in another 20 or 30 years? Well, the results kind of speak for itself, I would imagine. I feel that largely I have a perhaps an admirable amount of proficiency. I can pause when I need to think, to make it feel not as off-putting, right? And that's what you can do. It's awesome, right? Now, the first thing I typically say, like as a unsolicited advice, this would be unsolicited advice for public speaking, is if you already journal, right? Or you already post vlogs, right? You like talking about your process. If you're already talking about these things, to me, no worries. Is oftentimes when I encounter, which by the way, this is not normal. This is not normal right now. And that doesn't mean it won't be normal in the future or it was normal in the past. It wasn't normal in the past either. But in the future, it could be a normal thing. Right now, this is not normal. I think this is less than 10% of people that I have met anyways who believe they dislike public speaking or not able to. But when they think about it, they don't do any of these things. But if you happen to be in this 10%, most of this stuff will be part of your public speaking to me. So oftentimes what I typically ask the person to do is explain something, right? You explain something. And the thing is, if you're already journaling, focusing on the process, being able to explain what you do on a daily basis, like you're explaining it to yourself, like, oh yeah, I don't like this old style because of the following. You write them down, you're doing all that stuff already. The next step is to vocalize it, right? That's great for individuals who's in the less than 10%, in my opinion, right now. Most of the time, the greater than 90% or equal to 90%, they are vicarious, knowledgeable people. But there's no self-expression. There's a lack of self-expression. As in, not that they don't want to do it. They don't want to do it, or they don't need to do it, or they don't believe they need to do it, is that the social norm is they don't have to do it. There's no reason to do it. There's no incentive to do it. Until someone wants to be your friend. Until you want a friend. Until you have a job that forces you to speak, like in an interview. Until you have something you have desire that requires self-expression, you don't spend any time doing it, right? But an interview is not that bad. Yeah, see? Exactly. So you know, you already have things. If you don't think an interview is that bad, I think you already are on your way, in my opinion, for public speaking. Interviews are the first thing I hear when someone says, oh, eventually I'm going to have to do an interview to get a job, the first thing they're going to mention is how they have no idea what to say in an interview. And one of the parts that can lean into and help the person, in my opinion, is ask them constantly, or consistently, not constantly, consistently, to tell them to explain things. And you start with explaining the things you know best, or you assume they know best. The one that I did that worked really well is asking someone to explain why they hate something. Because that happens a lot. Like, when someone comes around and they're very emotional and they say, like, this game is garbage. Like, it's the worst thing. Like, oh, I absolutely hate my art. It's like the worst thing I've ever made all the time. Okay, well, you didn't tell me anything. You just tell me you don't like your art. You didn't explain to me, like, you didn't walk me through understanding you on why your art is bad. All I hear is art is bad, art is bad, your art is bad. Like, that doesn't explain anything. So when they are able to appreciate and explain why their art is bad, which is something that they think about every day, it should be the most accessible thing to get them to start thinking about how to express it. So the moment they learn how to express it, in my opinion, I think a lot of other things go hand in hand. So if you're already doing expressions of art, it's not every day that you meet someone who wants to make something that would have this problem in the future. Like, for me, this is not corollary. So if you're in a creative profession already, oftentimes the passion and the requirements will encourage someone to end up developing public speaking abilities. That's accepting that right now they are truly passionate about self-expression. There are individuals that I've met who think they're expressive. However, when they have no problems expressing themselves, but when they choose to express themselves, they have no concern for their audience. As in, when they talk about their art, they're like, nah, I don't care. I just paint whatever I want. I paint whatever I care about, and it's up to the people if they like or not like it. That, to me, would be something that could present a conflict of interest with public speaking. Because public speaking is not the same as speaking your mind. Like, speaking your mind, speaking whatever comes out of your mouth, as long as it's honest, it's acceptable. That is not the same as public speaking, right? Because when we're thinking about public speaking, you're speaking to an audience. Understanding the audience is required to be an effective public speaker. A personal speaker, like an op-ed or your own personal vlog and stuff, that's a different story, right? However, if you're gonna touch people, that's a weird way to phrase it. If you're gonna touch people's hearts and like make a mark with your stuff, it's a balance between the two. You have to be able to understand what, the difference between someone who can talk a lot and someone who's a conversationalist. That's the difference. I think public speakers are quite a lot more conversationalist. It often translates into their ability to hold a conversation, lead the conversation, support the conversation, versus someone who says, well, I just don't like the way you think, so let's just agree and disagree and end it there. Like, okay, thanks for ending the discussion. I hope that you find more fruitful discussions in the future with someone else, or maybe share some experiences. So that it deals with nonverbal communication as opposed to like actual speech, right? That happens far more than I would like to admit, where eventually someone is going to give and they decide, well, it's too complicated and I don't want to invest any more time in it. That's fair. That means I crossed the line, right? When you cross the line of investment, pushing harder is rarely going to reciprocate. So when someone says, we're just too different, agree to disagree, then that terminates the conversation. If this person reaches out and say, oh yeah, but I want to improve in conversational skills, then the first thing, one of the earlier things would be to not try to attempt to terminate a conversation. That's a habit that will limit your opportunities. It wouldn't destroy your ability to improve public speaking and whatnot, but it would definitely lower the opportunity chances. I run towards those. So if someone wants to type 67, like, what's his name? Hooks likes to type random things in chat. I welcome it. Tell me what 67 means in the new Gen Z lingo. I needed to learn what okay means in the Gen Z lingo and whatnot. So those are things that can improve your thing. You've been told that your art is bad and nothing will happen. Someone you saw again after high school. Oh dang. I still have some high school friends, and if I had to echo some of my high school's friends' comments, is that they said that I have changed a lot, but I also was able to make it feel like I didn't change at all. So, like, one of the things that are great about knowing how to keep in touch with all the experiences you have is you're able to express things in ways that make people feel comfortable and relatable while also being substantially different, and like it's well balanced is probably the word I would say. So like despite not talking to my friends for like many years, it's as though time barely passed, but at the same time we are so aware of that so many things have happened, so we can still talk about those things, but it's as though the inherent qualities that were communicated have not changed. That's kind of a very, to me, it's one of the most rewarding feelings or affirmation one can get when you intend to make someone feel like they understand you while talking about things they don't understand at all yet. And that to me is one of the superpowers or one of the most actuable things about conversation or having communication skills. You're able to get someone to get on your wavelength, but through a context that they were not familiar with. So, like, how do you get someone to feel and express or like capture the meaning of your thing, but they've never seen your show before? I think that's what public speaking is most certainly one of the most powerful ways that are in the repertoire of like leaders, leaders, influencers. They, for better or for worse, whatever their motivations are, one of the classical patterns is how do you get someone to relate to you despite the things you're saying can even be incomprehensible? That's crazy. I mean, I don't like that idea because you can also abuse that type of thing. Like get someone to sign a contract because they can trust you, but they have no idea what you're saying. Right? That can be. I know I'm using a cynical thing, but there's other ways. You can get people to believe and start working on things that they have yet to comprehend because they can trust you in the way that you're communicating. And of course, there's language barriers and cultural barriers that you have to take account for when it comes to communication. So those people motivate you to work harder, to be honest. Yeah, this is called the I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, but John Green. Yes, I know. I know a lot of things about John Green because he shares a lot. But John Green had a vlog about this. Righteous indignation. Oh no, I missed it. Righteous indignation. This is the thing that I used and echo with him. I took this phrase from him because I didn't know this was what you can use this for. So now I kind of use this phrase like a stock thing. Righteous indignation is you're trying to work harder to prove the person wrong. And John Green had a story about, his when he started writing and stuff. And while it's a part of, oftentimes there can be benevolence, altruism, doing things selflessly, or you can do things narcissistically or arrogantly or righteous indignation. But what happens is all of that is doing something. When you're doing something, it can be transformative. So this is not what he said, but he mentioned righteous indignation. This is the idea that, yeah, some part of him during his work, he was challenged by disbelievers, right? Non-believers, right? Or even disbelievers. Non-believers are people who like don't care, and then disbelievers are people who are against you, right? And one of the things that are very powerful early on, especially teenage youth, like, and when I mean adult youth into like young adulthood, is righteous indignation. When someone tells you you can't do something, and you're like, watch me. It's a really powerful fuel. I can earnestly say that you don't necessarily need it, but it is certainly a powerful emotional motivator that you can capitalize on for your use case. So there is another, there are different ways this can be utilized. One is to get revenge, which is the negative way to view things, and then one is for self-improvement, right? So earnestly, this is what we're gonna highlight. Righteous indignation can lead to self-improvement. And despite righteous indignation, say you do fail, right? Say they were right. But if you were focused on self-improvement, you've succeeded in other ways. You succeeded in other ways. So definitely go for it. All right. You got to get ready to close. See you soon. Oh yeah, take care. I will now try my best to get. Okay, yeah. Take care. Plenty of time, Kenny. Good luck. Also, safe travels, because I don't know if you commute from work. Commute carefully, right? Have a safe return back home, right? All right. Okay. Closing time. Okay. At 10 your time. We'll see how much I can get done by then. All right. This is like sending a look. This. All right, we're skipping the. Dang it.
我
Got it.
恋
Koi. Koi. Oh, this is like intention or intentional.
健忘症
Inbosho. That's hinder. Hinder.
北風
Yikes.
圧迫
Attack. I keep thinking oppression right away, but what is another way to say oppression? Like to force? Oh, pressure. Restriction. Okay. It's just pressure is good enough. I was overthinking it. What in the world? I typed hombutsu. That can't fly. I don't think that.
本物
Honmono. Excuse me? Oh, wait. No. I was thinking maybe, like subjects, but Honmono. The main things. このレタスもしかしてものなん like a real thing? Like the genuine article? Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Ah!
昇進
Chelsea. Job promotion. It's a race against time now. Secretly, we gotta push harder. Shh. Okay.
西日痛い
I. Oh. Okay. No. No. Wah. Oh. Whoops.
運が
Unga. Okay. Dang it. What's beast? Oh no! I forgot what beast is. How could I? Wait. Yeah.
獣類
Juru. Okay. An account created 1 hour ago, man. And those Discord spam scams are coming in full force now. I wonder how I'm gonna block those in the future. Let's see. Are there any keywords? Top tier? No. Moon 69. Yeah. Good luck with that. Should I block? No, I shouldn't block the word Discord. There's got to be a more specific word in these AI bots descriptions. Maybe broadcaster. Broadcaster is a very low colloquial hit. Maybe supporters? I'll have to think about it. Now we're having two different types of bots that happen. The old school, the new like Streamboo one, they use links, so those links are already, the new link is already updated. But this like Discord, auto-generated Discord bot is a lot more elaborate. Maybe I can. That's a creative problem to solve. Interesting. Pull and retreat. I think it's he. He is being changed. He is the onyomi. So think about a I think, yeah, pretty sure this is the. This is resign. Oh no, retiring. They're retiring from the limelight. Oh,
引退
引退. The what? Oh, is this rooftop?
屋上
Ujo. Roof. Oops.
延読
Endo.
再開
Aikai. What? Oh,
独占
Doksen. Doksen. Like focal point? Focus point? Alone? Oh no, alone fortune. Whoops. Okay. Just kidding. That was a little embarrassing.
誘惑
Yuwaku. Yuwaku. Ah. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. I can get this. I can get this. Oh, yeah.
筆
We did. Uriage.
売り上げ
Like sell amounts. Or Uriage. Rise to sell? Like climbing sell. I thought it was like sell amount. The amount sold. Or accumulating it. I'm pretty sure it's amount sold. Oh, what did I write before? Amount sale or something.
南風
You know,
帰る
I did. Ah! Wait. Yeah.
第1弾
第一弾.第一弾. Ooh. Something makes me just want to type Jew, but that's not. That doesn't seem right. It actually might be. Oh. This is 4, right? Master plus Nami. Pretty sure this is 4. Oh, it's Chew, not Jew.
値段
Done. Okay. Oh no. Something. Pretty sure that's. Eh? Black hole, loiter. I'm gonna skip this. No idea. For now. Dang it, it's gone. Dang it, it's gone. Skip.
Dokusai.
Say. Oh wait. Ah! My finger.
南極
Nankyoku. It's a
激しい
Angeshi. That is suspicious.
迷信
Machine. Superstition. Or superstitious, I guess. Or actually I'm not quite I think it wasn't It's been down. No.
鉛
Heck. Oh. Wait. It's glacier. Glacier is a little different. Dang it. I lost the attachment to the car that's on the glacier. Ori. Yeah, Ko is Onyomi. I'll come back. There's a chance. What? I genuinely do not know what that is. Alright. London. Oops.
万年筆
London. I skipped a lot today. Feels bad.
お菓子 東アジア
Asia.
独特
Doctor. 'Heck.
就職
Yushoku. What? What? Oh, naze.
なぜ
Naze. Not what? Why? I'm really starting to doubt that. Oh man, 3 days in a row. That tough. Ah. Okay. Um. I'm suddenly drawing a blank. Feels really, really bad. Okay, I got it back.
従う
Okay. Okay. Feels bad that they couldn't get it quickly. Hmm.
怒鳴る
Don't know.
閉める
What in the? Hold up.
ちょうどいい
Chodoi. Like perfectly flat or something? Or like exactly right? Perfectly flat is exactly right. Sorry, it doesn't sound like it, but when something's perfectly flat, it is exactly right. I keep typing Meiji. What? No. Okay, so the lost child. Right, it's a lost person. Oh. No. He... It's a lost person. Something about in May. Something about allowing them to go to Tokyo. Lose track of them. Mai? Oh wait. In Mai. Oh wait. It's not May. Oh yeah, in May. You might. Oh wait. Meigo.
迷子
Maingo. But I think I made a mistake. Oh, my children. That's how I. Dang it. Instead of her children or she. That's why I thought of she. It's new. We'll let it stoop. Hatsu? Wait, is that Hatsu or not? Wait. Hold up. This is like in the middle of selling, right? It's currently on sale or something like that. I think. I think this is a burn item. Middle departure sell. Yeah. Currently on sale. I don't know what you are though. I think it's the middle. A middle character. Something makes me want to type Hatsubaichu. It's probably Hatsubaichu.
発売中
Hatsubaichu. Instead of going down. Hatsubaichu. Yeah, something like that. Now for sale. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. Fine. Oops. Okanemochi. Or kanemochi. Kanemochi.
金持ち
Kanemochi. Oh wait, that's not the onyomi. Ah. New onyomi. Yes. Right? New onyomi for the right? This is me except attack. Oh no, wait, this might be on. Lately, I've been in a perpetual state of using mnemonics. My gut feeling has all but diminished completely. Except this could be kun. What would that be? Utsu tatsu. No. No. No, wait. Utsu. No. It's double kun. It's like a compound, right? It's a compound. One is like tsukeru, and the other one is utsukeru. So like utsuke.
受付
Heck does that mean? Accept an attachment? Uketsuke, what does that sound like? Sounds like receptionist. Okay.
究極
Yukyoku. What? Oh, Yasuri.
安売り
Like discount. It's fine. Oh. We're gonna go with Toji. Toji Ken. Yakuji Ken. Wait. Hold on. All right. Let's think about the left side. The left side is the thing that I'm lost in. Tombstone. Got a headstone. Headstone and soul. Oh, wait. No. For a moment there, I thought it was the middle one. I don't think it's the middle one. Right? What is that? Weird or strange, right? Strange matter. Oh, this is like a mystery. Strange mystery. Hi. Hey, GK.
怪事件
Dang it. Dang it. Oh, wait.
怪しい
I see. What? Wait, what was the other strange? Oh, suspicious. Hima. Wait. Hima.
暇
いい
Oh.
振る
Hiko. Ah, Hikaku.
比較
Hikaku.
鉛筆
野獣
Yaji.
だんだん
Nanda. What the? Ojitori. What? Yes. Oh, is this like a strike through? Like a striked text? Striked characters or something like that? Where you're crossing, putting a strike through it? It's probably like... Wait. I already typed that, didn't I? Emoji? That's definitely an emoji. Rendaku. Mojitori.
文字通り
Mochidori. Whoops. Tori. Like, sure. No. This is not it. It's like, it's like literal. I don't like this. I don't have a better way of remembering it yet. Other than just go with it. Alright.
欠かす
The heck? What the kakasu? What in the world is that? Instead of lacking, right? It's the intransitive. It's kind of an intransitive lacking. What can you intransitively lack? To like do without? Oh wait, it might actually be transitive. No, that's transitive. Or it might be both. Kind of hard to tell.
独身特徴
Oh, oops. Wait. Special. What? No way. Go? Mono. Hotel. What the? Oh. Monogatari.
物語
Monogatari. My, what the?
階段
What the? What is going on? That's not sweet. That's definitely Ben, right? Or it could be. I got two things mixed up. Two things. Don't know. I can't sort them out. So it's not ride. I don't know if that's supposed to be heavy. I guess they would. What are you? I have no idea. Skipped so many.
Nayamu
What? Oops.
売り手
Read it.
気持ち
Heck. Oh.
カッパ
Kappa.
悩み
Miami. heck? What? Oh, wait.
締める
閉める
従順
従順
乗り物
乗り物 automobile, maybe vehicle. Fine.
やろう占い
What the weave?
Oru.
Oru. Did I skip this? Or did I manage to... Oh.
怪獣
Did I skip this too? I almost have it. Just hold on to it. Hold on to it. It's chastised, right? Hold on to it. Where can I go from there? At least I think it's chastised. Oh, maybe it isn't. I don't know where I can go. No, I'm pretty sure it's chastised. Right. Hold on.
討論
Hold on. Dispute. Or no, debate. That's good enough. What the? 怪物?
怪物
怪物. Whoa, hold up. What in the world is that?
生物学
生物学. Biology? Okay. Yes. What? It's not Sa, right? Sa would be the kun for that one, I think. Or is it? What does this mean? I thought that was fierce, but maybe it's not fierce. Alright, we're skipping this one.
迷惑
Whoops.
復讐
Issue. What is fukushu? Oh, eh? It? What? Shoot. Oh, restore. Oh, you're right. So that's review. Actually, I want to know what this is saying. The te form. Oh, that makes sense actually. Wonder what?
汗臭い
Right. Heck. No. And it's past midnight. Dang it. I might have to take another bye day. I guess tomorrow will be possible triple prompt day. All three things. And a join. So then it would be choku.
直接
Chokusetsu. Chokusetsu would be
事故
oh.
迫害
I
切腹
服
買い物
無我
Uga
大西洋
西洋 Heck! What? Son of a bee sting. That's a typo.
迷路
Middle.
胃痛
面接
Insist.
教授
Told you. Hmm. Oh wait.
転がす
Orogasu.
獣医
I can't spell veterinarian. I don't want to talk about it. What? Oh man.
ゆえ
You hit. Oh, you hit. What? 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 Oh no, that's wrong. It's Ah! You hold. Chisu. Oh no, Hojisu.
保持する
Or like to maintain or to keep. That's fine. What in the shigoto?
仕事休暇
Man. Oh. It's like getting lost in
迷う
my
退院する
What the heck? Okay. Okay. It was something like dang it.
組織
Yoshiki.
独学
振動
獣
Kimono. Heck. What?
「階段
I don't know what I typed the first two times. Kaidan.
段階
Dankai.
回復
Knife. Or
従来
up to now. What?
汗
Let's see.
関節
Concept. Wow, I skipped less than 10? Really?
症状
Jojo. Oh, yep. I skipped 9. So that's second, right? Yeah. So Yoshi.
秒針
That came back. That's nice. Oh, it's almost there. Oh, it's so close. It's, oh man, it is, so close. I can't wield it back. Man. I can't wield it back. We'll come back. This is like to see off, to send off. Miyokuru.
見送る
Miyokuru. Nothing's really bad about oh, how did Oku work? Of course. The ever weakness of WaniKani's lackadaisical shortcuts. We're doing Okuru. This is like Oklahoma. Or did they change this actually? Oh, they're using oak now, right? So the off is fun. Okay. Change it up. Oku for oak is great. Need to embrace it some more. I remembered 4 and now it's gone. No, not 4. Sorry. This is way. Like, this is round trip, right? Back and forth. What was back and... Mufuku? No, Mufuku. That sounds so weird. Is that it? Back and forth. Oh, come into me. The round trip. Oh, wait. Dang it! Zelda's Hall. Dang it. Ah, man, I really thought I had it. Oh, wait. Off.
往復
That is round trip, right? Okay. Oh, I got this. Chastised, right? And
検討する
oh no, glacier. Do with Cody, car. Like not good. It's a special read. It's yeah. I can special reads. The actually not quite sure. Yo. Oh. Yo. Ah, dang it. It's yoga. Wait. Okay. Yep. Dang it.
氷河
Yoga. I don't know what this is. It's a one-time use. Little next to it. I swear I've only seen this one time. This one time. I think. Some part of me wanted to type choking. Oh yeah, it's close. Chokin. I think this is the only thing I have.
貯金
Chokin. Pretty sure this is the only thing I have. So far. Saving some box. Okay. Right. Heck. Hey. What? Um. It's Ben, right? Yeah, that's Ben. And what the heck is the left side? Ugh. Wait. Sure, that's what the Ben. Got 3 left. I skipped one. Oh, stomach. Stomach is still up in the air. Or belly. The kunyomi for belly is still up in there. Don't know what the left thing is. A heavy build. Oh, wait, like. Heck. No. That's heavy. Actually, heavy. It just says Oksan something desho. Hmm. What is the last one? This is stimulation. Yes. This is definitely stimulation. It has something to do with sheep. Maybe like shigeki.
刺激
Shigeki. Alright. Okay. So now we have stomach. Right? We have stomach. It's not good. Not overthinking it. Also have no idea. It's U-beam. U-beam. That's post. U-beam. Yeah, U-beam. And then stomach. I'm gonna flip the table. Oh, wait.
腹
Got it. Oh my gosh, and U-beam.
郵便
Oh my goodness, my head. My forehead. Oh my word, what is going on? Oh boy. Oh, that is a weird day tomorrow. Maybe I'll just take the 6 tomorrow and then go hard on everything. That means that Saturday would turn out to be a yikes day. Oh, I can't right now. I'm still gonna try to do at least one prompt. That'll take us to like 6 a.m. It's gotta be done. Well, I'll see. Going over. Actually, we're down to just reads, right? Deaf and reads. Okay. 小段いくつ Oh, I forgot. 小 beckon, done, steps. Eat, stomach, belly, つ pain. I retreat. It's yield. Oops. Naya, worry. Ka, spare time. Shiki, shoku, weave. Ha, lend. Me, astray. Waku. Waku. Misguided. You. Invite. Chu, get a position. Oh, visit. Do. Anger. Sho, ascend. Mean. Sleep. Sui. Drowsy. Sho. Symptom. E. Heighten. Aku. Urge. Akoga. Yearn. Tsu. Choose. No. Dense. Ton. Edge. Goku. Shoku. No. Goku. Kyoku. Extreme. Full. Route. Ken. Healthy. Ko. Ease. And Yo. Guy. Okay. Well, that's a wrap for now for WaniKani. Yeah, that's the end of our WaniKani session. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a try, let me know what you think. And as always, the invitation's there. You're more than welcome. Come on, jump in the Yap train. Share some stories, expressions, talk about, maybe reminisce about the future, focus on the past, right? Focus on the present, elevate the past. I'm gonna have you keep each other motivated. Always welcome. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for my Hanse Hero session. Thank you.